and gentlemen, and welcome to the Risen Esports Rampage Open Semi-Finals. I'm your play-by-play caster, Milk Serial. Joining me over in the commentary booth is Matt, as TNP take on LS, team name pending against low standards. This should be a big one.
Yeah, semifinals for the Rampage Open League, right? Yeah, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. The number one seed, FBI, is really impressive. So these two teams are able to show that they can actually contend with them if FBI do make it forward next week.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think team name pending have lost a single game all season. I know the same can definitely be said for FBI. But team name pending are looking very strong as well. They took a 2-0 clean sweep against FFE in the quarterfinals, but it's time to go and take a look at the drafts, because the Zaya has been banned. That's something that we did think we could be seeing. The Kazakhs, Gragas and Yasuo getting picked up.
Quick fire pick bans coming through. Interesting to see that LS's jungler is actually well known for his Kazakhs, so it's interesting to see TNP steal that away with the first pick blue side. Also, as a Kazakhs player, it's pretty bold to be choosing that champion first pick without seeing the enemy composition.
Now, low standards, they did pick that Yasuo Gragas combo. It was in the jungle and mid lane, so it wasn't a bot lane duo. However, we'll have to see where low standards do want to play it, because it can be flexed between either of those two roles, as Kennen and the Malzahar will be getting picked up. We were expecting those control mages from Noble. He likes to pick those up. The Malzahar or Veigar was what we expected.
Yeah, and like Noble has been, it's been really the rock for this TNP squad over the playoffs and in the regular season. And it's kind of interesting to see him, like you said, control mage player, but kind of maybe taking out some agency from like putting him on Malzahar duty this game. But yeah, two safe lanes in Kennen and Malzahar coming out of TNP.
And the Alawi comes through as the final pick of first phase for low standards. Leona and okay, TNP want to ban away the Veigar. They are not confident that that is going to be a Yasuo mid lane necessarily. And we'll have to see whether low standards, they want to pick themselves that duo in the bot lane, or whether they still want to go for a jungler and a mid lane.
Going back to the Veigar pick, it could be something that LS plays bot lane. It would give them some more AP instead of playing an AD carry and then being full attack damage. So spanning the Veigar takes out that EP bot lane threat.
Okay. The likes, speaking of that AP bot lane threat, the likes of the Syndra still available, but if we take a look at your more kind of standard ADCs, the Kai'Sa is available. The Ashe is available as well, but that got nerfed a bit. The Caitlyn banned away, but we saw the flash of the Varus, and you still have the likes of the Ezreal as well as the Sivir.
I'm expecting probably a Kai'Sa first pick if it isn't banned right here. Kai'Sa can opt into a more AP heavy build, and that would be enough AP on the side of LS. I think if they don't pick Kai'Sa, TNP are going to pick it on their next rotation.
The Kai'Sa Nautilus duo is available. We saw the Leo getting banned. The Morgana is available, but LS, they pick the Nautilus and they say to TNP, do you want to take the Kai'Sa? Now, with that Nautilus getting locked in, the Braum will follow as the support for TNP, along with an Ezreal. But is that Nautilus going to pair up with the Yasuo? Or is that now confirmed to be a Yasuo mid with a Gragas jungle?
I'm very perplexed for them. Like, I understand like why like LS picked Nautilus there first. I'm like, all right, you're gonna pick Kai'Sa without Leo or Nautilus. Like, good luck. And I thought it was gonna be a Braum Kai'Sa lane, because it's still a pretty strong lane. But more so just out of denial, because are you really gonna hand over Kai'Sa Nautilus as well? Like, it just seems kind of perplexing to let that go through the other side.
Well, the Kai'Sa Nautilus has now been locked in for low standards, but when you do look over to TNP, they've got a decent pick potential here. A lot of poke from the Ezreal, and of course that Malzahar ultimate, the Nethergrass. But then again, they've got the likes of the Kennen, the Slicing Maelstrom, and the Glacial Fissure, so they have that potential for the team fight as well.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like their team is kind of wanting to do different things. Like, Kennen and Braum are looking to team fight, but then Malzahar, Kazakhs, and like Ezreal are going to want to just kind of isolate a target and then like blow it up. So it's kind of like you got kind of differing like ideas in a draft, like what you want to go for. Whereas with LS it's you hit the go button on Gragas ult or Flash E or Nautilus ult, and then Yasuo and Kai'Sa go in. Like I think it's a very clear like team fight oriented comp coming out of LS, and then TNP they're kind of like trying to do a bunch of different things. They want a team fight with a Kennen and a Braum, but they also don't really have a tank. Like Braum's not going to be able to get super tanky. So if anyone gets knocked up, any of these team members get caught up in like a knockup, which is going to happen because they have a point click Nautilus, and Gragas is basically point click with his E or his R. So it's leaving a lot of primary targets that are just going to get blown up by Yasuo ulti. Also, I don't think they really have a threat to also deal with Illaoi in the side lane. So I don't see the win condition that TNP has set up here. I guess it's like always like use Malzahar ult and Kha'Zix to blow someone up, making a 4v5. But I think that is a pretty unreliable win condition.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Matt, because I was about to lead into, when you look at this LS side, you've got a clear, 4 members want to be fighting together, and then the Illaoi is happy to be sitting in the sideline. And I was going to lead up with, who do we expect, TNP to be answering that Illaoi with? Because you've got the Kennen, is going to be massive for the team with that slicing Maelstrom. But then the alternative is a Malzahar, and the Nethergrass is so important to be able to catch anyone who might overstep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Kennen builds. Will we see a more split push, like on hit Kennen build that can deal with Illaoi very well? There's a nice ranged advantage. Ranged champions in general have a really big advantage over Illaoi. So are we going to see the more full AP Zhonya's Proto Belt, like Death Cap, that kind of build for the team fights, or are we going to see like a Wit's End, Blade of the Rune King Gunblade come out with like an on-hit Kennen build? So it's gonna be interesting to see that, and see how they want to answer the Illaoi. It'd be kind of weird if they stick Kennen up there in top lane do with Illaoi if it's built full AP though, because then you don't have your team fight threat, and it's just a mess.
Yeah. That Illaoi, of course, was picked up into the Kennen. The Kennen had already been locked in. LS though, I want to go once again back to their composition, because we knew that the Yasuo Gragas was coming. We weren't sure whether that would be in the mid or in the bot lane, but you now have 2 sets of very powerful duos, the Kai'Sa Nautilus, the Yasuo Gragas. And one of the big thing about Yasuo Gragas is, hey look, I'm Gragas, I've got the explosive cask, I can set things up perfectly for the Yasuo. But you've got a Nautilus as well now with that depth charge, which might even be a better setup for this Yasuo.
It's definitely more consistent, but also like the depth charge is a go button for Kai'Sa to get into a fight as well. So it's like usually, like we were saying in Worlds, like if a team took Nautilus Kai'Sa, usually Gragas Yasuo was the answer to that. Like, oh, you got your 2 power picks, we get our 2 power picks. In this case, LS just got 4 power picks and really exchanged for a Kha'Zix first pick. Like, I mean, I would take that trade any day, and like, it's gonna be interesting to see how Malzahar does. It's gonna be an awful lane phase for Yasuo, but I'm expecting Gragas to really always be around this mid lane. I think that 2v2 does go TNP's way, and maybe that's their way to win the game. They like stomp the mid jungle 2v2 so hard that Yasuo Gragas just never really has damage. But again, even if Yasuo goes 0-6, you have the 0-6 power spike, he's gonna hit like 2 or 3 items eventually. And then with all these knockups, like he has to hit R and then he deletes somebody. So I don't know. It's gonna be tough for TNP, but it's possible. It's a goal league communication, and macro can always be kind of wonky. So you never really know what's gonna happen. Like on paper, it's be like, oh, if this was like a high elo, like actual Worlds comp or like LCS comp, it'd be a complete stomp really for LS given all the power picks, but it's Gold Link, anything can happen. But yeah, I think definitely looking at these 2 comps, I'm definitely favoring LS's going in.
I have to agree with you, but as you mentioned, pocket picks and comfort picks can be so vital as you do go down towards the lower elos. The final point that I do want to mention though is, we talked about TNP, how they've kind of got a little bit of everything. They've got the team fight, they've got the pick/poke. But I'm looking towards Noble again, because we hyped him up as being, that kind of, the base for Team Name Pending. He's been vital to them all season long. But heading into this game, I wanted to mention that they've got this pick idea, but I feel like no matter who they decide to go on with that Nethergrass, you've got this massive Gragas ultimate that I feel kind of just
Yeah.
ruins the entire idea of catching someone out. And if you go on the Gragas, well, let's just say that's not the best of ideas.
Well, yeah, and also, like, if Malzahar gets, like, knocked out of his ult, it cancels it, so you don't really have to buy QSS. So let's say he ults Yasuo, Gragas just throws his ult out, or Nautilus hooks Malzahar through his ult out, and then it just gets interrupted anyway. So really, you don't necessarily even have to buy or force to buy QSSs if you just can CC the Malzahar with point and click or just big AoE ultimates. And also, like you said, Noble has been, like, the heart and soul of this team. But he doesn't have the agency to really like push mid and like roam to his side lanes like he usually does in Malzahar. Like he's just gonna be pushing mid. He'll try to roam, but it's gonna be pretty telegraphed and slow. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Well, the first game of the Rampage Open semifinals is just around the corner. We're going to be heading into a short break, but we will be right back with the first game of the night. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentle. Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentle. Forget about the men right now. It's the Risen Esports Rampage Open semi-finals, and well, low standards. They're looking for the nice, greedy level 1 invade, but always risky to do so against a Braum and team name pending. They're just going to guard on top of the red buff before everything explodes here,
Oh
man.
no.
Actually. Oh no, it is about to explode. The hook comes in. There's the CC. First blood goes over to Paco the Taco.
Yeah, well, like we said in Champ Select and afterward, it's going to be a tough game for TNP, and it's going to be pretty hard when you just give Yasuo first blood advantage. Oof, it's pretty rough. You hate to see it.
Now, while we were loading in, we were discussing a few things, and one of the things that was really standing out to both of us was some of the rune decisions.
Yeah, so we do see Klepto Kennen, which is pretty standard, again, to like range into melee matchup. First of all, it is a unsealed spellbook Malzahar, so he's going to want to be using TP, get back to lane early, and then have a combat summoner into the Yasuo probably around level 6. And then we also got the Conqueror coming out of Kha'Zix, so I'm expecting to see the more bruiser Kha'Zix instead of this full AD Kha'Zix. That's going to be more of a red. It goes red smite into black cleaver into Sterix, and usually you either evolve your W or your R first instead of Q. So that's usually how you go if you go the Conqueror build. It's usually more bruisery and not the assassin with electrocute. So it's going to be interesting to see that kind of build path come out if we do see it. And then we have a Kleptomancy coming out of Alawi, which I thought was interesting because Kennen is like a big counter matchup against Alawi, and then she was like, well, I already know I'm behind, you know, this lane's gonna kind of suck. I'm also gonna pick Klepto instead of a combat rune. I'm like, I don't need that. I'm just gonna pick into this matchup. And they opted into this matchup too, so it's like I'm just gonna style on this like matchup on this Kennen.
Oh no, the level 2 comes in, the flash out from Get Mugged, but the hook comes in onto Prince Poochie, the heal comes out, and the exhaust onto the Nautilus. The CC down the turret, and Get Mugged will pick up the kill as Prince Poochie oh so low.
Well, I was about to say, because I was expecting the Braum or Ezreal to die there. I'm like, wow, good job, guys, giving over Kai'Sa Nautilus. But Nautilus, you know, Winnie the Doom just kind of completely forgot Braum's a champion and then got stunned under tower. So at least they get a return kill there. But 3 summoners out from TNP's bot lane. So that could be punished. But they're under tower. That's probably where we're going to be the rest of the lane. Just kind of chilling under there. It's really tough to diamond Ezreal Braum though, so they kind of just playing it safe.
Yeah, Winnie the Doom getting concussed at right at the wrong moment, and Prince Poochie sends him back to the doctor's office to get him checked out, as we see Noble just shoving the wave in, which I guess we kind of expected somewhat. However, Paco the Taco does have that, you know, first blood advantage. Trick Dew a little bit late, and there comes the jump flash away though from Trick Dew, and too cute to gag. Will be forced to back off as he does have the support from Noble, and Paco the Taco will be unable to check.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold move. You're at like 33% health on Gragas and you're isolated. I'm gonna body slam towards the Kha'Zix. Little interesting. Kha'Zix also led with flash. They usually want to lead with E because it's a shorter cooldown than your flash. Also, as someone who's like played into this Malzahar Yasuo matchup, if Malzahar can't poke down the Yasuo to begin with, Yasuo is just going to like fully engage on Malzahar anytime he approaches the wave and going to make his life hell. It's definitely not a fun matchup until you hit 6, and even then it doesn't really help at all because then Yasuo gets his all in at 6 as well. Noble also got to take into the fact that Yasuo has a combat summoner over him right now with Ignite, so he's got to play this super carefully. And we saw too, early on, if he really wants to get a push in on Yasuo, he has to spam his mana. But now he's out of mana, and now Yasuo gets to shove him in. So we're seeing that bot lane have lane prio, mid lane's going to have lane prio for LS, and it's Lowy shoving in Kennen too. So you're looking at 3 lanes of lane prio that Gragas basically, and like Trick, can basically just walk around the map and do kind of whatever he wants.
Prince Poochie did return to lane instead of going for the crystal rejuvenating bead, I should say. He went for 2 control wards, and they have been placed in the bush. Infernal Drake is now up on the map, but something I want to divert our attention towards is top lane, because so far, Unlimited Soul, he's been doing alright into the Kennen, got himself a nice little CS lead.
Yeah, CS lead, but gold's basically even. It kind of just shows that Kennen's been prioritizing hitting the Alawi more than hitting minions. Yeah, and across the board, I think even gold kind of even. Ezreal's got a pretty big advantage over Kai'Sa, but he did get a kill. Plus, he's got Klepto, and a pretty big gold lead in the mid lane though. But that's coming from the first blood. So, interesting to see that. Yeah, Noble did switch his TP. Oh yeah, I forgot that Unsealed Spellbook doesn't come online for, what is it, like 7-minute mark or something like that?
I'm going to nod and agree and pretend like I've definitely used Unsealed Spellbook before and know how it works.
Yeah, so like I know there's like a cooldown, like there's like a certain time in the game where you can actually start switching summoners, but it's not immediately. So that's why Noble, if you're looking, his TP's down, but he hasn't switched the summoner with Spellbook yet.
Unlimited Soul just getting poked at. However, that poke, you know, it doesn't feel like a lot of poke because he's still looking very healthy in the top lane, and he'll just take those mouse shurikens, you know, to the base.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see here that Braum and Ezreal did push going. If I don't, oh yeah, I see Kha'Zix. Yeah, I think right now is a great time to snag this Infernal. Kha'Zix takes dragons really easily with his evolve. You got Malzahar back with full mana and his 6. This is the great time to take. Oh,
and they're going to turn straight onto Winnie the Doom, who gets deleted. Gag will pick up the kill, and well, Team Name Pending will turn their attentions back to the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and a great job. Not only do they get the Infernal Drake, they also are going to be able to pick up a kill there onto the Kha'Zix, who, if he gets ahead, this Bruiser Kha'Zix, he does a lot of damage. Because usually you build either Sterix or Death Stance third. I usually go with Death Stance, but it depends which one you go. So, honestly, he's going to be doing a lot of damage in these team fights. Also, he's going to be going in and out of stealth. And then it's also going to be healing for all the damage he does.
Now, the level 6 is available for Noble, and, well, 2Q is nearby, and there we go. The last breath comes in. Where is the Nethergraphs? Not there. The Ignite comes through, and Noble is just going to get burnt down as Drikju turns up to catch out 2Q to Gag. And here's Winnie the Doom as well. There is nowhere for the Kha'Zix to go. He'll get CC'd down, and this is going to be another kill going over to low standards.
Yeah, it kind of looked like 2Q was like, all right, I'm going to help gank this mid lane, but then he found a Gragas, and then he ran after him instead and kind of just left Noble to deal with the Yasuo.
I feel bad for Noble there. He got abandoned.
Yeah. Anytime Yasuo can close the distance on Malzahar and then it gets a knockup, there's no way you're getting out. Noble did burn his flash though, but I think that's a good thing, because if he did burn his flash, he would have just been like, Gragas hits 6 and just comes back mid lane and kills him again. So, but now we do see he did exchange. It must have been that 8-minute mark, like I said, the Unsealed Spellbook. I did say 7 minutes. I was off. But he's got the Ignite now. Big level 6 coming out for Gragas. That's really big too. Kha'Zix really needs to level 6 before it really starts looking for fights and stuff.
Now, something I do want to go back to is going back to the drafting phase, as Polar Bear Minion will be able to lightning rush out of what could have been a bit of a nasty predicament. Now, in the drafting phase, we were kind of curious as to, you know, the focus on the Kha'Zix, on the Kennen, over, you know, going for that Kai'Sa Nautilus. But, you know, there's so much emphasis being put on, you know, the entire top side of the map. The Kennen, the Kha'Zix, and the Malzahar from Team Name Pending. That if these three don't get ahead, if they can't, you know, find a lead, it's a bit of a failed draft and a bit of a failed importance that was placed on these picks.
Yeah, going back to anyone who's been watching Worlds, you know, Chad had his, you know, draft bucks or whatever. So basically, TNP on this side, they spent their draft bucks on our first pick, Kha'Zix, and then second rotation they picked Kennen Malzahar. Whereas LS picked Gragas Yasuo, and then able to later pick up Kai'Sa Nautilus as well. So it's interesting to see that they put a lot more emphasis on picking up a Kennen and the Malzahar rather than picking a solid bot lane like Kai'Sa Nautilus. So these picks are really gonna have to like do well to kind of justify that. Otherwise, if they don't, and they kind of just lose to a Yasuo Gragas combo that they, they kind of knew what was going to happen after they first picked Kha'Zix. But then also to give up to give up Kai'Sa and Nautilus later in the draft, it's like I don't know. It's very perplexing to see. And like I said, if these picks don't do that well, it's kind of make the draft even look worse. But this is a 5-game set, so game 1, if you can eliminate, like you can say we can beat Kai'Sa Nautilus, like we don't need to pick it, it can set a big precedent for the rest of the series. So I get what they're trying to do.
Oh, the Predator coming in. Oh, the Flash is not going to be able to find the mark, and the Glacial Fissure buys so much time. Noble will get hit by another Tornado, as he wins the fight, not going to be able to land it. No further deaths on the Rift just yet. But we came a little bit close in both the bot and the mid.
I mean, it's not saying that Israel Braum is a bad lane, because it's got a ton of disengage and is really strong in what it does.
Oh, stopwatch in the top lane. The 2v1 is Paco looking aggressive in the mid lane. Nothing will come through of that, as Unlimited Soul able just to flash out.
Yeah, curious to see there that Alawi didn't drop his her ultimate down before usually going stopwatch. But, burns a stopwatch and is pushing back up, so if she keeps pushing here, Kha'Zix can walk up and go for a gank there too. They also have Noble roaming up as well.
Oh, Dredge line lands, and there comes the flash engage. The explosive cast will come out and get murked, who will get taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, as Prince Poochie looking to make it out, and the barrel roll will not be able to find its mark. Just the 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Well, it's a 1-for-1, and I believe Nautilus got the kill, or maybe Gragas. Either way, Kai'Sa didn't get the kill, but Ezreal did, so it's kind of a even to worth trade for TNP, as long as Braum doesn't get punished for that flash burn. So it's gonna be, let's see if Trick keeps coming down to the spot lane. There's a dragon spawning very shortly, maybe right now. So yeah, so they're gonna get an Ocean Drake. 12-minute Ocean Drake's not that great. Laning phase kind of over, or starting to come to a close. So it'll get some use. It's gonna help Alawi in that top lane. Gonna help Kai'Sa, keep spamming abilities and stuff like that. But mostly it's just to kill the Drake and get a better one next. Maybe get another Infernal going.
Yeah, and Rift Herald hasn't been secured as well by Too Cute to Gag, so the trade of the Ocean for Shelly, and we'll have to see where TNP decide to use that. Also in the top lane, Polar Bear Minion has now completed his Hextech Proto Belt and has got himself a Fiendish Codex, whereas Unlimited Soul just on that Black Cleave at the moment.
I'm looking at Kha'Zix. I can't tell this skin what. I think he evolved his Q ability. I can't tell for sure though. But it's kind of interesting. Usually when you're going this more bruiser build, you don't go the Q evolve, because Q evolve actually doesn't do too much. It gives you no extra base stats if they're not isolated. It's only when they are isolated, but it's more assassiny. If you want to go this more bruiser, kind of stay alive forever kind of build, usually either get the third evolve. Oh, you get like the evolve on your R, so you can use it 3 times, or you get the AOE mass slow with your W.
Yeah, as
you're spending a lot of time down here.
Yeah, Trick was potentially looking for the gank, however, Too Cute was around. Not that he was aware of that. And looks like Trick just going to pick up the red buff, maybe actually give this one over to Paco. As here we go, the jump in, looking for Coconuts, flashes out of the Glacial Fissure, but will get taken down regardless. As here we go, there is the depth charge. The last breath comes in, the TP will follow up, but Merc gets taken down as another explosive class, but the slicing maelstrom comes in. Winnie the Doom gets taken down. Now looking for Trick, and they'll find the kill, but meanwhile Paco just burning through everyone. However, the cannon will join the fight. Paco nowhere to go, tries to find something, but it will be a triple kill for Polar Bear Mini.
Well, there's those draft bucks, they've wanted that emphasis on the Kennen, and now Kennen has justified that pick with a big triple kill, turning that fight around. Alawi will pick up that top turret, but mid turret also going to go down, so it's a bit of a wash there, but huge swing right there. You kind of see this the strengths of both teams. You got this Kennen, he has the great teamfight ulti, and then you also saw the Nautilus, Gragas, and Yasuo combo as well. Yeah. So kind of great, cool looking teamfight there. Yeah, I think it was overall. I think both well played on both sides. It kind of like got both they wanted. Both AD carries died. Yeah, this is gonna be a bad game to be an AD carry. There's just so much being like flying at you from both teams.
I mean, to be fair, the Ezreal does have that arcane shift.
It's kind of hard to be dodging a point blank ulti though from Nautilus.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he ain't getting out of the Nautilus depth charge. But going back to that depth charge, I was quite surprised because Paco actually decided to last breath on the Braum instead of, waiting maybe to get off a decent ult on to get Merc or 2 cubes.
Yeah, I mean, it's gold players, they see the first knock up and then, oh man, I gotta go now. Which, it may have been a good idea because they did try to blow up, Israel did die pretty quickly as well. Actually, no. Yeah, Israel did die pretty quickly after that anyway,
Here comes Shelly in the bot lane. Now, Polar Bear already has his Slicing Maelstrom up. Shelly will charge, another turret will fall. 2v2 in the mid lane at the minute. ADC in mid versus mid and jungle. But the bot lane turret will fall and team name pending will keep the push going. They'll look to get another charge off, but they've backed off. There is a Drake coming up in 1 minute, so I'm surprised they decided against pushing so early.
Yeah, I was kind of interested to see too that Gragas was in the bush ready for like a gank there on the Ezreal Malzahar, and he had flash body slam and then into a Yasuo ulti, which would have been a guaranteed kill on either Ezreal or Malzahar. So kind of interesting to see that didn't happen. But Gragas still has his flash up, and that flash body slam is definitely a threat onto any team member for TNP.
Yeah, that flash body slam can really catch anyone out, especially if Noble does not have his spell shield up.
And we're seeing early here that it looks like Noble is going to be the one to answer this Alawi split push. So I think they're saying that we rather the Kennen be there for team fights, which makes sense with Kennen's ultimate, than the Malzahar. We're putting a bigger emphasis on having Kennen there than having Malzahar there.
And that second item has already been completed for Polar Bear Minion, going for Sonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, this is a full team fight Kennen that is completely online and ready to fight around this Infernal Drake. A lot of poke coming out of the Ezreal too, but you gotta be careful playing with fire. You can easily get engaged on.
It is literally fire, the Infernal Drake. Glacial Fissure will come out, and there's a 2-shot barrage as well. But everyone solos, the last breath comes in, they finally kill onto Prince Fuji, as there's the depth charge, chasing down, get murked, but the Slicing Maelstrom so big, Polar Bear finds the double kill, and the Infernal will fall. Team name pending, they get the Drake, and they find 4 kills for 1.
Yeah, well, that was an amazing Braum ultimate. Like, trying to come through a checkpoint into a Kennen, a Malzahar, Ezreal, and Braum is the worst thing you want to do if you're LS. Yeah, just a great Braum ult, and then he had his shield out to block a lot of damage, and then Ezreal ult came right through and shredded him. I thought it was LS was going to get maybe some kills around there when they got went in on the Braum around the dragon. I'm like, oh, maybe here they turn it, but Kennen on the other side just blows up 3 members with another great Slicing Maelstrom. And then just Malzahar kind of cleaning up the fight there too at the end, so... Yeah, this Kennen is doing a lot of work for him.
Coming, and as you mentioned, coming through a tight enclosed space into that checkpoint, if you will. The Glacial Fissure hits pretty much everyone. True Shot Barrage hits everyone. And then you've got a Slicing Maelstrom as well. It's just absolutely massive from TNP.
Yeah, I think the fight could have been blown open a lot more if Kennen was in position to Slicing Maelstrom when they were all on the Braum ult, when they were slowed. Then I think they would have... wouldn't even lost Braum there. I think it would have just been probably a clean ace into Baron's not up. It would have probably just been a clean ace instead of losing Braum there. I actually can't tell. I don't know if Kha'Zix died there too, because I didn't know if Kha'Zix had 2 deaths before then or not. So actually don't know now. So Kha'Zix potentially may have died there too. I wasn't paying attention.
We doubted the draft. We're getting proved wrong so far, but one of the big issues with low standards is if they fall behind like they are now, it's just going to be so hard for them to find the impact. Like, yes, you can get off that great wombo combo, but it's not going to do any.
Yeah, and another thing too is they don't have the best wave clear when dealing with Baron buff. So if TNP can get a Baron here, it's spawning in 8 seconds. If they do win another fight and then get like a 22-minute Baron, I don't know if LS has the wave clear to stop them from taking like 2 or 3 inhibitors with that one push. Like Yasuo can't kill a Baron anyway that hardly at all. Kai'Sa doesn't even have Rage Blade yet, so that's another reason. Like, why are they forcing things? I think you have a team fight comp, yes, but you really need Gragas to have like his finished Oblivion Orb and maybe full.
Here we go again. They're looking for coconuts, but the Glacial Fish is not going to be able to find the mark. Another grasp. Will the flash forward from Prince Poochie, but he won't be able to do anything at all. 2Q to Gag going forward. Can he find anything? The killer instinct will come through. 2Q gets taken down. Prince Poochie falls to a W back. So much damage from that Winter's Bite combined with the Mystic Shot.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there by the Kazakhs. I mean, I get it. He's trying to, if he kills Kai'Sa, that's a guaranteed Baron, pretty much, because it's a 5v3 without the AD carry. I like the idea, but a little too overzealous. Did burn both Flash and Heal out of Kai'Sa though. Still looking for a fight here, but yeah, so if I'm LS, my Yasuo is super strong now. He's got his IE, he's got static shift, he's ready to fight. Kai'Sa is still about like, maybe a couple hundred gold off Rage Blade. I think it's like 3 or so.
Dredge Line.
Oh,
is a blocked by. Oh, the slicing Maelstrom's big. Goodbye, Yasuo, and goodbye, Nautilus. And now they look for coconuts, and they find the kill. Triple kill to the Kennen. That's a 2-shot barrage. Quadra kill for Polar Bear Minion.
Yeah. This Kennen is like solo carrying this game.
Pentakill is on the mark. There comes the Nether Cross. Polar Bear will go in. Can he find the kill? No, he gets taken down. An unlimited soul finds the shutdown. He finds a 2. And I think Team Name Pending were a bit focused on giving over that Pentakill. Unlimited soul will finally get taken down. The first inhibitor of the first inhibitor turret of the game is under siege.
Yeah, I think a little bit trying to go for the Pentakill. They probably should have just backed off and did Baron before, but I get it. You're trying to get your teammate to kill. You're also like crushing the game right now, so I guess they're getting a little cocky. Cloud Drake here spawning about 40 seconds, but you gotta be careful if you're TNP. You just gave 1,000 gold shutdown to Alawi, who before hasn't really been able to like force someone to the side lane with her. Yeah, but we saw that she has 2 items before. Her ultimate just destroyed 2 people there. In a side lane, I don't know if there's a one single team member that can beat her. So giving her like basically, I think I got 2 shutdowns really. So giving her a brief like 1,400 gold.
Oh no, the Dredge Line comes in and there. Oh, Slicing Maelstrom will follow Polar Bear Minion forced to use the Hourglass straight away. But the explosive gas brings him straight back in. Prince Poochie will fall, and that is a 2 kills for nothing. Team Name Pending thought that they had the bait, but it was a double bait. Low standards, they find the fight, and now they look to Baron.
Yeah, so like, you're behind in gold, but if you kill the one team member that has all the gold, then it's really more of an even game, and I think that's kind of like what they need to focus on. They're taking a lot of damage from Baron, though. Could get some resets coming out of... Yeah, I think just try to back off here. I don't know if you can finish this.
Oh, Dredgeline will land onto Gemmo, who gets blown up. He fails to flash over the wall as well. Baron down to 3,000 HP. The Malzahar and Kazakhs are nearby. Can they look for the steal? Noble.
Gragas' smite is down. So Kazakhs
flash over the wall, and they find the steal on to the Baron. But can they find the kill? 2Q to Gag will be able to jump out. It's a 1-for-1 at the pit, but 2Q finds the Baron pick, and it's going to be 3 members of TMP with Baron.
Yeah, they didn't ping it, but Gragas smited at the Ezreal. He's got to tell his teammates that he does not have smite, and they need to get off that Baron because they don't know where the Kazakhs is, and that is just an easy steal. I don't really know if you need the Malzahar to go over there, but kind of, LS got back in the game, and now they're going to give 2 Baron, I think it's about 2 people with Baron, maybe 3, over to TNP, where they really shouldn't have been getting that Baron in the first place. Now you're looking at a 4k gold lead, where it really should have been going the other way to maybe like only a 2k gold lead, and LS having the Baron advantage, or if they just, after the Ezreal pick with smite down, just back off and go get Cloud Drake or push in and get mid turret. Instead they try to overly force that Baron, and Kazakhs with the easy steal.
Yeah, the Rabadon's death cap has now been completed for Polar Bear. I'm scared to see the amount of damage that he's going to be dropping in these fights.
If they can layer their CC enough with like a Nautilus hook hold, and
Oh,
also
here we go. The Glacial Fissure will come up, but the Mazar's on the other side of the map. There comes the explosive cast. Brings Fuji though, getting taken down really low. Too cute to cat, can't do anything. And there's the first kill. The Dredgeye will follow. Coconuts is on a rampage, and now they look to Polar Bear Mini. Slicing Maelstrom finds one. Coconuts gets deleted. There is that Rabadon's Death Cap power, as 2Q will be able to escape. Overall, it's 2 kills for 2, and the Drake did get secured by low standards. However, now 2Q Tagaki, he can look for Unlimited Soul, but who is trapped in with who? Well, 2Q says, I want none of this, and jumps straight out.
Yeah, LS threw a lot of cooldowns and a lot of their damage onto Braum, and they won the fight initially. Then the bot lane of Kai'Sa was overcommitted in trying to chase down the Ezreal and Kennen. Able to kill the Ezreal, but then Kennen just melted their.
He turned around and he pressed R.
Yeah, he had Protobelt R, and then like I don't even know if he's on this, but he just hit those 2 buttons, and then Nautilus instantly died, and Kai'Sa was far behind. One thing to note though, Kai'Sa before that fight, you know, had a Rage Blade, was actually able to do things. Ellis is hitting the right break points right now with their items, and actually can probably win a fight if they can dodge the Kennen ulti. But if Kennen ulti hits through multiple members, they're just going to instantly die.
Yeah, and don't forget, Team Name Pending still have the Baron buff. Should be up for about a minute or so, and they will pick up a turret in the top lane. The final outer turret of low standards has fallen, as Future Barrage will quite be able to steal the red buff away. But here we go. 5 members strong of Team Name Pending. They could potentially look to crack Cope in the base now, but we're just going to see Polar Bear Minion resetting. Picks up the Oblivion Orb as well, so just in case, you know, straight up AP wasn't enough, he's now got himself a little bit of magic there.
Yeah, it is kind of hard though for TNP to draw out LS into these large like areas like the river or in a corridor in the jungle for it can also be really effective without a neutral objective up. Their siege is not that great. Like, I mean, Ezreal behind the Braum shield, you can't poke down a tower. It's pretty big damage coming out of Miles now too, actually. But yeah, so they really want to like kind of wait until this Baron spawns where they can draw LS out of their base and then get a big impact on the cannon ulti.
21 kills to 16, a 5k goal lead for Team Name Pending. So I'm keeping an eye on 2Q Tagag, seeing if he can find any picks, and well, then it comes down to Polar Bear Mini. Can he find those massive slicing maelstroms once again? We've seen him land 2 or 3 really big ones, and well, it's almost like no one else on the team has been necessary, but as low standards start to step up, you start to think that maybe Polar Bear could go in.
The only problem too is with this comp, they don't really have. They have to kind of just run at you to be effective. But if you kind of just run at a Malzahar, Kennen, and an Ezreal, they're just gonna poke you and back up, and then you're gonna be at half HP, and then you just get re-engaged. So you have to be really careful. Also, they are sticking Alawi in this mid lane rather than sending her down bot lane to defend that bot turret. So a little bit of disadvantage there. Alawi's strength is in a side lane, but maybe they feel like if they send her down, they'll just get engaged on. So. It's tough to macro decisions you have to make when under this.
Oh,
that's a bait. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't have the Lee syndrome there. As you mentioned as well, Unlimited Soul in the mid lane allowed 2Q to pick up the inner turret in the bot lane. Baron up in a minute, and the third and final Infernal Drake up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And that's going to be a triple Infernal Drake if Team Name Pending picked that one up.
Yeah, I think LS really need to get that Infernal Drake, but they also need to contest this Baron. They're strong right now, and I think if you wait any longer, TNP is going to get a little stronger with the Malzahar and Ezreal. You could always wait till 6-item Yasuo, 6-item Kai'Sa. It's very, very strong as well. But I think you got the items. I think you can test the fight, but you got to be careful. You got to play around this Kennen. If I was them, I would try to burst Kennen down as fast as possible. Maybe. If they, like I said, last time we're on the Baron Pit, they blew him up. He didn't get any really this combo. He got his ulti off, but it doesn't do that much. It does a lot of damage, but not as much if he isn't using like the other spells as well to really stack up his electrocute procs.
Oh, Death Brush potentially coming in here from TMP, but something else I want to bring up is if it comes between Infernal and Baron, I actually think Team Name Pending should go for that triple Infernal. Um, but why not go for both? Team name pending, just going to secure the entire vision control around Baron. There is one trinket in the pixel bush that they have yet to remove.
I think Baron is a lot more important for actually ending the game because, like I said before, the wave clear in LS is it's alright. It's good into normal like minions, but against Baron minions, it doesn't do anything. And the siege on TNP, let's see if I break it here. Siege on TNP is not that great without supers. They are not supers, but without Baron.
Oh, there we go. The last one's coming in. So much damage straight away. Get Mud, get the Mud. But there comes the slicing maelstrom. Oh my god. Quadra kill already. Is it a penta? No, it is not. But it is an ace. And the combo came in. The TP now getting channeled from Polar Bear Minion. They're going to go for the end, or at least look to pick up one inhibitor. That was a clean from team name pending.
Yeah, you saw it was a good engage by LS, but it was onto the Ezreal and Braum. It didn't even come close to affecting the Malzahar or the Kennen, and then the re-engage was just... Ooh, it's basically a 1v5 at this point. Like, Kennen is just doing... I'm very excited to see this damage graph after this game is over.
I have a feeling that in game 2, Kennen is going to be banned. Now,
probably.
the Nexus is open. People are starting to spawn. The jump over the Nexus. Can they find it? No, they cannot. Polar Bear Minion will not be able to secure anything as the Void Seeker will find his marks. A Flash Dredge line comes in. And the last breath on a top flash forward from Paco. Looking to find the kill onto Noble as the barrier will come up, but it won't do anything at all. And, well, low standards, they have a final stand that they can make now.
Well, they're barely alive, but that's all that matters. I think Nexus like 1 or 2 hits away, but now they're going to get Baron, and they're going to be able to probably also maybe pick up this Infernal pick. If I'm Ezreal, oh, they might be trying just to end it. If I'm Ezreal, I go pick up that Infernal break instead of trying to push in mid, because now actually they kind of waited a long time. If I'm LS, I run down and try and pick up that Infernal as well.
Oh, well, it looks like they are going to try to run down for Infernal. Let's see if they go for the reset or not. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's just the bot lane going, and it might be a bot lane 2v2 for Infernal. Void Seeker will miss its mark, but Team Pending have no idea that it is just 2 on their way.
Yeah, we're about to have another fight, but now Kennen's joined the fight, and that's the important member.
Oh. Paco looking very aggressive. Glacier Fisher will find 2, and there comes the 2-shot barrage as well. As QQ making his way over, Winterspite will be able to find his mark. Now the focus on towards the Drake as the redemption will come down from the skies above. And as you mentioned, the TP getting channeled in, and Coconuts looking like he wanted it to go for that one, but decides against it. The third Infernal Drake picked up for Team Namepen.
Yeah, should still be able to close this game out. 3 Infernals is going to be...
Oh, there comes another Grass. They're looking for Trick, and so much damage already, but there comes the Dredge Line. The depth charge will follow, but Noble has already found the kill onto Trick, and now running for his life as Unlimited Soul, looking to potentially turn it around. But while all of this is happening, Kazik just pushing the wave in the mid lane, but Paco dashes forward. Can he find anything? Instantly CC'd up with the concussive blows, and now it is a 5v3 at the base. Is there anything Low Standards can do? The focus straight onto the Nautilus. They find the kill. It's a 1-for-1. But there comes the slicing Maelstrom. And there is nothing Unlimited Soul can do. The Nexus will get focused. Unlimited Soul picks up a double kill. But game 1 goes to Team Name Pen.
Yep. McKinnon was actually insane. That completely justifying its pick. I still don't like the draft, but they made it work. They made it work really, really well. I don't think Polar is going to get Kennen the rest of the series. I think after that, he is getting banned the entire time. But TNP showing that they could win against both Gragas, Gasfo, and a Kaisa Nautilus. If I'm LS and I'm like, I come out of that draft saying like, oh man, this should be a free first win, and I lose that game, I don't know what I go to. Like, I don't know what I turn to in draft at this point.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we did massively prefer Low Standards draft, but the execution was there from Team Name Pending, and it's something you do hear from time to time. You know, you may have a better draft, but you know, draft A is much harder to execute than this draft B.
Yeah, and for sure. So like we even mentioned in Champs League, like, well, outside of like Kennen ult and like a Braum ult, I don't see like that's what they need. They need a big team fight with Braum and Kennen ultis and Ezreal ulti to like do a lot of damage and win a fight. Once Kennen starts getting items and he can just start one-shotting everyone, then it just becomes a really big snowball you can't really stop and avoid because it's such a big area of effect ultimate. I mean, those first couple dragon fights, he just got so much gold and they kept getting Infernal Drakes. I actually I didn't click on Kennen, but would like to see how much AP he had. He's got to be like close to like 700, 800 with a Baron and triple Infernal. Like he was
Yeah.
just doing insane amounts of damage and was just melting. There was no true tank coming out. Maybe Alawi. Man, she's more a bruiser, but really no one outside of Alawi that can withstand the ultimate from Kennen. And if your Yasuo and your Kai'Sa's dying, like just instantly, you just don't have damage to win a fight after that.
Yeah, and the final thing I want to bring up before we do go into break is I feel that entire game was determined by that first big fight that we had in the bot lane,
Mm.
where Polar Bear was able to TP down and pick up the triple kill, and Unlimited Soul was kind of matching him in the top lane, but after that, there
Yeah.
was just practically nothing he could do.
Yeah, I think the game was kind of like on like a knife's edge for TNP there. They were bot lane was getting just beat down pretty rough. Yasuo had like 3 kills at that point, so he was like starting his snowball. Alawi was actually up in gold on the Kennen at the time. If Kennen doesn't TP and pick up that triple kill, and then they get Infernal Drake too, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, does he get a chance to get another big ulti off, or is he just stuck in lane against Alawi and Alawi just pummels him like into submission eventually? Like, I don't know. So that's a big swing event and allowing Kennen to get a triple kill, start getting a bunch of gold, and then it happened again. They got like a quadra at the next dragon. So like back to back, just like bot lane fights, just got Kennen so far ahead. And then after that, it was just a big snowball. They couldn't avoid the team fights and couldn't avoid his damage.
Well, team name pending, they picked up a game 1. Polar Bear Minion stepping up to the plate. We're going to be heading into a short break, but we'll be right back with game 2 of the Rampage Open semifinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Risen Esports Rampage Open semi-finals, as we are straight into Game 2 picks and bans. Now, Matt, we had a couple of question marks over the first draft. What can we expect to see in this second draft?
I'm expecting a Kennen ban or either a Kennen first pick. You know, if he gets smashed by a pick, it's like, well, why don't we just run it back to that same pick? Are seeing a little bit of deviation as TMP does want to give Kha'Zix over to LS. They first picked it last game and now are immediately banning it this game. That's an interesting shift. I don't remember if Aurelia and Kled were the bans of last game, but they're this game. We're seeing a Kennen ban here.
Yeah, Aurelia and Kled were banned by LS in game 1, and as you mentioned, the Kennen ban coming through. So we did talk about how both junglers do like the Kha'Zix. We also have a bit of a mid-lane contention for the likes of the Veigar as well, which is currently open, but focused on the junglers for now, Hecarim and Rek'Sai being locked in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hecarim, jungle and solo queue. He's not the greatest in competitive. He needs really a team built around him to help him succeed. And Rek'Sai can actually handle him pretty well early on. But we're gonna see how it pans out this game, and we got Rek'Sai and Malzahar coming out for TMP.
The Illaoi once again for low standards. Low standards with side selection. They picked up a blue side. And we'll have to see what they want to take. Again, the focus coming through on that top half of the map, jungle top, and potentially mid to be picked, as well as neither side really wants to put a lot of focus on their bot laners. It is going to be the Vladimir for Domino. Oh, sorry, I should say Paco de Taco, as Domino was the player who played in the quarterfinals, and he did pick up a Vladimir in, I think it was their second game.
Oh my god, but yeah, Vladimir and Malzahar kind of just the farm stats. It'll end up being a good pick into Malzahar just because Malz can't really threaten the Vladimir, and Vladimir can just farm up and get a couple items and then get to that big team fight carry threat.
And the Nautilus picked up for team name pending as well. They decide against showing their top lane cards and instead just decide to pick up a nice solid support.
It's going to be interesting to see here if they do maybe ban Gragas or Yasuo, because LS has yet to pick their bot lane up here. Don't know what that is.
It's an Annie ban.
Oh, Annie ban. Okay. Unless they're picking Annie support, which I don't think is that I haven't seen that since like season 5, so it's been a while. But yeah, Gragas Yasuo still on the table for this bot lane for LS. Maybe a Kai'Sa ban here. They already picked up Nautilus. They were able to get the Kai'Sa Nautilus last game. Are they going to let TNP get the same here?
And low standards, they could go for that Ezreal Braum bot lane again if they want to. As you mentioned, of course, the Kai'Sa is available, but low
TNP
standards.
Went, Ezreal Braum last game.
Oh yes. Yes, pardon me. And the Ezreal is banned away against TMP, but they do have first pick, so they can just snap up that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like why these 80 carries just have such a low importance on picking the Kai'Sa. And it's Jinx. Wow, this is. Yeah. I guess they just don't like playing Kai'Sa. That's my guess.
Yeah, Kai'Sa is hated. There we go. Alright, so the Jinx Nautilus will be the bot lane duo for team name pending. We'll have to see what they want to pick in the top lane to go into that Illaoi, as those standards will pick up the Ashe, and well, we'll see what they want to pair with it. The Morgana is open, as is the likes of the Zyra as well.
Could go Braum too with the probably see more. But if you did pick Braum, Braum gets his passive going, and then Ashe can then auto and then hit Q, and you can get the 4 stacks really quickly that way. But Morgana, grade 2, can counter the Nautilus with Black Shield.
As a Kayle
to Illaoi. Oh, I don't know if that's the play.
I think we might be getting 2 Kleptomancy top laners again.
Oh, you don't say, man. Well, we saw Polar's carry performance on Kennen last game, and now he's just like, all right, put it back on me. I'm the late game insurance policy. Yeah, look at these 2 comps. Interesting. Don't really know who has the advantage. TMP with a lot of late game. Late game, Jinx and Kale will just downright probably win any fight ever. But also, you know, Vladimir late game is pretty good too. I think Ellis is definitely this more mid-game focused team, and if they can end the game pre 30 minutes, I like they have a good chance to do so. If this game goes beyond 30 minutes, though, I think TMP just win with like the level 16 KO and a late game Jinx with like 4 or 5 items.
Alright. But let's go back to this early game then for low standards, because you've got the Ash Morgana. That is, you know, where I feel low standards they need to be focusing their attentions in. Hecarim, no slouch when it comes to early game.
Oh yeah, you know, Hecarim's probably taking Ignite, and then going either Challenging Smite is usually what I would do. Level 3 with Conquer, he can pretty much beat anybody. I don't know if he beats Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai is pretty much the queen during level 3. But Hecarim could definitely outdo her, especially with the help of Ignite as well. Alawi, I'm expecting, is just to get super ahead on this Kale. Like, Kale pre-6 is at a severe disadvantage into Alawi. But if I'm low standards, you know, I'm either you have a decision to make. Am I gonna punish the Kale super hard and just dive repeatedly pre-6 with the Hecarim and Alawi? And maybe even send Vladimir up there for a free kill? Probably not. So are you gonna keep those two, or are you gonna send Hecarim down this bot side where you have a lot of utility in CC and Ashe and the Morgana, and trying to get Drakes and try to just get Ashe out on the map? Break down that bot turret, get Ashe on the map, get Herald, you know, go that way. So interesting decisions coming up for low standards and how they want to, you know, prioritize like who gets the jungle attention in this game, because it's not going to be Vladimir. Vladimir against Malzahar, nothing's happening. It's farm fest. It's either by going top lane or bot lane. It's going to be the play.
And as you mentioned, you know, for TMP, it's a bit of a difficult situation for 2Q2Gag because he's on this early game Rek'Sai who wants to be finding picks, who wants to be getting lanes to snowball. And I guess Kel and Jinx, if you can get them to snowball, that's great. But it's too probably, well, the top lane is heavily losing, and the bot lane is also a losing lane. So I guess the lanes should be pushed and should give 2Q2Gag an opportunity to find again.
We'll say, like, Nautilus does have a lot of CC, so if you can get a fight that, you know, maybe you can get through the black shield, or, you know, get to the target that doesn't have the black shield, there's enough damage with Jinx, Nautilus, and Rek'Sai where they can win that fight pretty easily. If Hecarim's there, I don't know who wins that. Probably the Ashe Morgana Hecarim on low standard side. But if I'm Rek'Sai, I'm kind of just want to early on kind of shadow my top laner, make sure Kill isn't, like, you know, make sure you can vision down. Maybe I'm not ganking the Alawi because then you might just give a double kill over. But I would just make sure that, you know, when waves are crashing under the turret for Kale, make sure that there's no Hecarim nearby. Like, use your Tremor Sense, use Vision, get some early pinks down around Tribush top lane to make sure that Hecarim isn't coming up for free dives on Kale pre-6. For that, maybe you can make something happen on bot lane, or if I'm Rek'Sai, you know, I kind of maybe just go, maybe try and find Hecarim as jungle when he's low, and maybe try and pick some fights with that. I think Rek'Sai at this game, it's less about getting your lanes ahead and more about tracking where Hecarim's at so he can't get ahead.
Looking for those counter ganks may be the name of the game for 2Q2Gag. I was thinking for a second, let's take a look at this mid lane again, but no, I think I have to agree with you on what you said, that it's going to be quite a dull lane and not too much happening.
One thing to say though, Vladimir did take Ignite, and so does Hecarim. So if Hecarim comes behind Malzahar, who doesn't have mobility and is really slow outside of Flash, if Hecarim can get a knockback into the Vladimir, but with both of them having Ignite, it's a very dead Malzahar. So there is potential. He switched last second. Okay, really under the wire there, Vlad. So yeah, okay, I take it back. Nothing's happening mid lane anymore. It could actually happen. Malzahar will get the shove. Vladimir is not going to be able to shove Malzahar back. So if Malz is, you know, pushed up past his side of the river, Hecarim with his speed and eventually with his ultimate can get on Malzahar in a hurry before he can do anything. So I wouldn't say pre-6 there's a lot to going on, but once Hecarim gets level 6 and once Vlad gets level 6, there can be kill pressure.
And of course, with the Vladimir's transfusion, it's quite easy to get rid of that Malzahar passive as well.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think Malzahar has the damage without a Rek'Sai around to kill Vladimir, and even with a Rek'Sai around, maybe not even then. So it's going to be a farm fest mid. I'm expecting more of Noble to just kind of shove Vladimir in the turret and then either, walk top or bot, probably bot lane to, get a dragon or, to try and get your bot lane ahead.
Final thing I want to mention, because again, I feel like it is going to be low standards who control this aspect. How do they go about in terms of just pushing in general? Are we expecting to see a 1-4 with Unlimited in the side lane again, or a bit more of a 1-3-1 with Paco on this platform?
I'm expecting if they get to 25-minute mark, they got the Baron. They're doing great. They're ahead. I'm expecting more of a 1-3-1. You got Alawi in a side lane, Vladimir in the side lane. At that point, it's gonna be really tough to deal with. And then you have Ashe, Morgana, and Hecarim, kind of like roaming around to whatever side gets threatened. So if they go after Vladimir, Hecarim get there in a hurry. Ashe arrow can be sent, or they can also just push up and get towers that way too. So I'm expecting a 1-3-1. Hard to pull off in gold leagues, but we shall see. But also, I'll say again, low standards. I think they're on a timer here. They have pretty much until the 30-minute mark. Anything after that, I think the win percentage is going to start swinging in TNP's favor the later the game goes on with a Jinx and a Kayle. So you got to be proactive if I'm low standards. I'm going to be trying early on to get advantages with my Ashe and on my Hecarim mainly. And if you can get them, Alawi's going to make them against the Kayle. And if you can get Vlad ahead, that's icing on the cake. But focus, get Ashe ahead, get him on the map. Get the Rift Herald, try and get as many plates as you can, and then hope for some Mountain Drakes, because you'll have bot lane prior, and if you get some Mountain Drake, it sets up an early Baron, which will speed up the game for low standards.
Alright, and with that said and done, we're going to be heading into a short break, but we'll be right back with the second game of the night, team name pending, taking on low standards. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rampage Open semi-finals. And my good old colorcaster Matt, he has found himself his new favorite amateur player, and that is Unlimited Soul, because he's absolutely loving some of these rune choices that the
Yeah,
Alawi's been taking.
yeah, the absolute mad lad over here running Glacial Augment Alawi. I've never seen it in my life, and I'm ready for like the dark technology. Like, show me this tech you got, Unlimited. Show me why is it good? Because I'm gonna need some convincing.
Also, I think this is the first time I've ever been hoping for a pause, because we had a very, very brief pause just before we came live, and all we had time for was to see Too Cute to Gag type in the all chat, "Does anyone want to hear a knock knock joke?" And then we got back into game, so we've been left on a bit of suspense here. So hopefully at some point we get to find out what that knock knock joke is. We don't care about who wins semi-finals anymore. It's just about the knock knock joke.
Man, here I was hoping to hear from Malawi saying I took the wrong runes, or like, Riot, please, why didn't you lock in the right runes? We need to like rematch or like remake or whatever. But no, it's Glacial Augment Malawi.
She can't give over the mental advantage right now.
Yeah, it's got to be a misclick, right?
Yeah. At the end of the game, if we see low standards win, Ilawi will be in the old chat, and I won with wrong runes.
I mean, I'm expecting if you're picking up Glacial Augment, I better 100% see a Frozen Mallet come out of your in your build at some point. Like, if you're gonna go Glacial Augment, I want to see all the Frozen slow items.
Just all of them. Just stack them if they even stack.
Give me that GLP Alawi, please.
Oh my god, are we gonna see Twin Shadow?
No, probably not.
No, I hope not.
We do have the Ashe changes from the last patch, so we're seeing Ashe kind of running out of mana a little bit quicker than normal. They added 20 mana, I think it was across all ranks of her W. So it's not 50 mana more, it's 70 rank 1. I think it went up like incrementally like it normally did in the last patch. So she's not going to be able to spam that much in lane, so we're going to be interested to, it's going to be interesting to see how she manages her mana bar going forward.
Now Polar Bear Minion is getting shoved in. And Too Cute to Gag is a top side, so could potentially look for something, but Unlimited Soul is falling back. And right as I say that, my buddy decides that now's the perfect time to have a case of the hiccups.
Nice. What I think Rek'Sai here is not really looking for a gank on Unlimited, but like I said earlier, kind of just wanted to shadow Hecarim and bring as much safety for the KO, especially pre-6, as possible. They do see the Hecarim is on this top side scuttle, and so KO is going to have to be pretty safe knowing that Hecarim is top side.
And as you mentioned, Too Cute to Gag could be looking for either the top side or the bot side, but the mid lane is just going to be a bit of you guys have fun and get CS. We'll see you 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, exactly. But Hecarim probably needs to get probably a back off here soon, because his bot lane the wave isn't in a great spot for a gank. You have your strong lane in Ashe and Morgana with a ton of CC, and you have a pretty immobile lane in Nautilus and Jinx pushed up. Like, that is a prime gank opportunity, and that's what we kind of see Rek'Sai with Too Cute kind of noticing that, like, ooh, my bot lane's kind of in a bad spot. I'm gonna hover around here, make sure Hecarim's not gonna come and gank my bot lane.
Now, Get Merc has been spamming the zaps a lot, and I thought that was the Glacial Augment punish about to come in, but Unlimited Soul decides against going for the duel.
Yeah, I got excited. I'm like, there's the all in. Let's go, Glacial Augment, baby.
But yeah, Get Merc starting to run a little bit low on mana, but I mean, we expected the Ashe Morgana to be coming out on top, but so far it is Get Merc who is ahead on CS. So once again, Team Name Pending doing a good job in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you kind of gotta give a lot of leeway with the Nautilus. He still does have even if Ashe Morgana is probably the stronger bot lane, a Nautilus, if you misplay at all, can turn that lane on a dime. So you kind of gotta give him enough, respect in a sense. But also, I think they're kind of allowing them to push so that Hecarim can come down when needed to, and he's in a good position to right here. There is a war in the other bush, though. Oh, I think here you go. I think that's... Come on, Hecarim, go.
that devastating charge is available, as the Zap will find its mark, get Merc starting to push a little bit far forward, and now 2QT is in the bot side of the map. Still yet to see an impact from either junglers. First blood still on the table, 5.5 minutes in, and we do have an Ocean Drake as we've got the pause. Go on, give us the joke, please. Okay. Never mind. Anyway, 5.5 minutes into the game, the first Drake of the game is an Ocean, which I think both teams could definitely do with, especially the side of team name pending.
Yeah, definitely. Like Kale and Malzahar are definitely spamming a lot of 8 mana. Even Jinx in the bot lane, getting an early Ocean is definitely going to be beneficial for them to keep them in lane, kind of like just keep sustaining, keep up with the Vladimir, or just kind of survive this Alawi. Yeah, you actually kind of see that Kale is still, like, only up like 1 minion and kind of worth of gold. Imagine if Alawi had Klepto, it could be at more, a couple hundred gold, but it's fine. But yeah, I think Hecarim kind of waited a long time in the. Oh, we are getting the joke.
Yeah, but it's coming from the Hecarim. That's the wrong jungler.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think it's a subtle way Hecarim's trying to remind, you know, his enemy jungler that there's a knock-knock joke that everyone is very excited to hear about. And definitely not only me.
Yeah. You're trying to stay awake somehow. I'm like, oh man, I just need that knock-knock joke.
Yeah. Okay, wow.
Donald's keeping it real.
Okay. For some reason my chat's kind of bugging out and I see nothing, and then all of a sudden it just explodes with about 10 messages.
Oh man.
Wow. I mean, they don't even know how to do a knock-knock joke. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. No. Okay. Not even slightly entertaining. Right. However, okay. Okay, my mind's gone completely blank here.
Oh, yeah, my chat's also doing the thing where it's like taking forever to. All right, I see it.
Oh, right. Anyway, Malzahar versus Vladimir, all gone according to what we've expected so far. Level 6 has just been hit by Paco the Taco, and he is the only one on the map who does have that ultimate, with a TP available as well, so potentially we could be seeing some rotations to the top or bottom lanes.
Maybe. Vladimir doesn't exactly instill fear at level 6 without any items on him, so if I'm Vladimir, I kind of just shove in the mid lane, maybe get some plates back. TP back if it's your lane's getting shoved, or kind of just walk back. Save that TP for like if your team's getting towered over or something like that. Going back to the Hecarim, he did not waste, but he's seen that Triforce bush for a good like solid 20 seconds. There was a window before Rek'Sai was there where he could have gone in and at least maybe forced some flash or something. But when you're in Hecarim, when you're trying to on a champion that really needs to get ahead to be useful, you kind of want to start forcing the envelope and kind of like push your limits. Otherwise, you just kind of not do as much because you do have really expensive items like in Triforce, and it depends if you're going to go Warrior or Cinnamon here. But you know, Sterix is pretty expensive too, and you're on a jungler, so you're not exactly getting the most resources on the map. So I would have liked to see Hecarim trying to at least maybe force a couple flashes down in this bot lane, but no, he's going to go back and farm.
As there we go. Polar Bear running out of mana and unlimited soul with the test of spirit. I always get Ilawi's abilities mixed up, but I get it right this time.
I've never played her, so I have no idea what they're called.
I haven't either, fortunately, I think.
Yeah, I know like her tether is like, I don't even know that's her name, like the name of the ability. But yeah, we got Vladimir with a CS advantage here in the mid lane. Probably will start to even out once Malzahar gets some mana. He can just always like spam his like 3 ability buttons to clear the entire wave. It's a fun interactive lane. But yeah. I'm kind of surprised that Ashe is this far behind in CS.
Yeah, we were expecting the Ashe Morgana to come out ahead, so it's somewhat surprising that the Jinx Nautilus is doing the better job so far. Very even in the jungle. CS is dead even at 36. There's a Trick. Picks up a couple more now after taking the Scuttle Crab. Ocean Drake still on the cards, and you have to expect to see some action around this bot lane like we saw in game 1 that could lead to that first Drake of the game being picked up.
Yeah, and kind of the Ashe Morgana too, they didn't fast push the lane in when Nautilus and Jinx got their recalls. They kind of slowly pushed it. It's not going to fully crash, and now I'm expecting they're going to miss out on some minions crashing to their tower by the time they come back. So kind of a little bit misplay there, going to widen the CS gap a little bit more. Also leaves up a window for Ocean Drag to be taken. We saw the same play out of TNP last game, but after a bot lane recall, when LS's bot lane was recalling, they just walked over and took an early Drake with the Malzahar lane priority. But not going to happen this game because Rek'Sai's walking top lane for some reason. Could have been an easily getting that dragon right then, but not going to happen. Okay. He definitely saw him and just decided.
He definitely did.
It's the most passive allow I've ever seen.
It was just like, nah, this dude, he deserves to back. You know, he's level 6 now. He got through laning phase without taking any harass from the Alawi whatsoever. I'm just gonna let him have a nice back TP back into lane with a build towards this.
Nice guy Alawi, just trying to make sure KL reaches to level 6.
I mean,
now he's just gonna get confused because KL's ranged. And Alawi can't deal with a range matchup at all.
See, I mean, at least we didn't see Unlimited walk into the brush, walk out, flash back into the brush, and then not be able to cancel the back as Unlimited. So getting taken down very low as there comes the leap of faith, and the Divine Judgment will come through. Is it enough to turn around? No, it's not. Unlimited Soul picks up the kill. That was his plan all along. He wanted to let the kill back, TP back into lane, just so that he could kill him and deny some more CS.
Yeah, just some galaxy brain thinking right there. What we did see though that was effective was Glacial Eye went. KL couldn't use W to get away. Ooh.
Oh, here we go. Onslaught of Shadows. Devastating charges in the wrong way and helps Noble get out to safety.
Do get flash and a heal out. Remember I did say like nothing's gonna happen in this mid lane until the junglers start getting ultimates, and then when we saw Hecarim just kind of run on in, yeah, forces the Malzahar flash. So the next 5 minutes, I'm expecting as soon as that Hecarim ult is back up, just go back to the mid lane. If he's pushed up, it should be an easy free kill. Yep, and no tower dice happening there in the bot lane.
Looking towards the bot side as well though. Ocean Drake still available. There's too cute to gag on that Rek'Sai, looking for a potential way in, but was sitting on a ward. And Trick 2 not going to look towards the bottom lane just
yet. Yeah, Limity's back here. He doesn't really have any kill threat whatsoever on allowed it to KO without a man. So kind of just back here and see what happens.
What is this Jinx CS though? Get mugged. 94 CS 10 minutes in.
Yeah, he hasn't been harassed at all. Like Ashe and Morgana have just kind of been passively playing this lane. So Jinx has been free farming basically this entire time. And it's scary a premise there because KO is pretty farmed up. Outside of the one death, that lane was going pretty well for the KO. They didn't really get punished at all. Jinx isn't getting punished at all either. So you have these late game carries kind of winning their laning phase. It's a pretty scary proposition. Maybe, you know, that 30-minute mark may only get bumped out maybe the 25-minute mark of like where LS has the advantage. And then, you know, it'll swing the other way. So you really need to put their foot on the gas here. Hecarim has got his warrior finished. It's the 11-minute mark. Like, I want to start seeing some proactive plays.
Oh, we need the Doom. Gets blue smited, but there comes the Soul Shackles in. 2Q may be forced to flash over the wall, and he will indeed do so. As Super Mega Death Rocket will take a fair bit of chunkers. We go back in, but the Dark Binding will find the kill. Another taunt onto Prince of Fuji as the Divine... Oh, what am I saying? The Netherglass comes through. The focus onto Trick as Paco making his way over, but Trick gets taken down, and now the focus onto the Nautilus. Prince of Fuji will get taken down. Team of Play coming out, looking for Noble now as out comes the pool of blood. Noble surely will fall, and Transfusion will seal the deal.
The Conqueror coming out from Hecarim kept him alive for so long. He got focused down by the Malzahar ulti. They weren't able to actually finish him off. So on the backside of that, they were able to kill the Nautilus and then Hecarim was able to stall long enough for Vladimir to join the fight as well. What looked like a fight that was maybe going to swing the TNP's way, it actually stays the control of LS. Really started all by winning the Doom there, you know, just kind of face checking Bush into Rek'Sai, but then just standing tall and, you know, fighting back. Now we're seeing, you know, Ashe down in CS, well, picks up a kill and 2 assists. That's a wash, you know, that's an even bot lane now. Vladimir comes down, picks up a kill, like I was wanting to say, like, I want to see something out of LS.
2Q turns up in the top lane, but Unlimited Soul flashes out despite Polar being quite far back. Better safe than sorry, I guess, but expect to see 2Q maybe making his way back to this top lane very shortly now that the flash is on cooldown.
Yeah, we'll have to be careful though, because Alawi does have ult up, turn that fight really early, really easily. Dark side, not a lot of HP right now, and KL doesn't really do that much damage, so could easily get turned there by Alawi. But yeah, no, LS has got a good gold advantage here. You know, all their their bot lane and mid lane and Hecarim starting to get some gold into their pockets. You know, start accelerating this game. You know, looking, you know, maybe you look at the top side, maybe you try and actually finish. Oh, they get to get the ocean. So yeah, maybe I look at the top side. Can't really rotate their bot lane up because they're being continuously pressured. But now Vladimir is much stronger than Malzahar right now, as you got a lost chapter compared to a full-on Protobell.
Speaking of the Protobell,
yeah,
I will Protobell forward. However, something else that has raised my curiosity, let's say, is 2Q going for the Tiamat. I'm not sure if I have seen. I'm not sure if I'm being stupid here or if I have actually seen a Tiamat on a Rek'Sai before.
I mean, you usually don't, because it's not that good. You really just want to hit your warrior spike really hard, especially competitive on your Rek'Sai, and then just, you know, get to like Cleaver or 2 Sterix and, you know, kind of pull out your build that way. You go Hydra if you're just trying to, like, Tiamat if you just want to like farm. But then again, if you're just doing that on Rek'Sai, you're not really playing to the champion's strengths. So you kind of just want to get to your big, you know, warrior power spike. You get so much CDR, so much attack damage from that. It's going Tiamat definitely slows you down, where now you have Hecarim who's reached that power spike, and it's actually going to be very strong in these fights. Rek'Sai is just not going to be up to the same power level right now, as an early game jungler too. So we're saying how LS needs to be more like low standards seem to be a little bit more proactive with their early game comp, but you know, you picked an early game jungler. I would have liked to see more coming out of Rek'Sai, besides losing a fight to Morgana.
Yeah, and once again, 2Q making his way through the bot lane, brushes, trying to sneak in, but just not going to be able to find anything once again. And the Rift Herald is up and available, but again, no focus on that just yet from the side of Team.
Hecarim backed, and it looked like he's pathing up maybe to the top side, so Hecarim could, like, you know, mid gank with, oh well, Malzahar slashes back up, but could look, it looks like he's gonna go to chickens, and then he could see a Herald play after that.
We could indeed. Also got a Cloud Drake coming up in just under 2 minutes time. But again, not a massively high priority Drake, so that might just be getting left on the rift for a little while.
Yeah, and so we're at the 15-minute mark, and we're only really looking at a 1k gold advantage coming in at LS. Like I said, they're the more early and mid-game focused comp. Be nice to see a little bit.
Oh, Nether Cross coming through, and there is the Rek'Sai. The Pool of Blood comes out, and the Flash as well, as there comes the Hemoplague. Super Mega Death Rocket will follow. Soul Shackles as well. They find the kill, but here comes the Hecarim. As the Dredge Line just out of range, and the depth charge will be too late, as it is 2 kills for nothing going over to low standards.
That was so well played there by the Vladimir. He was able to stall for so long, was able to pull some of the damage, and then able to ult to get some health back, and then was able to stopwatch the Rek'Sai ultimate, and then all while Morgana was keeping Rek'Sai under tower. Really well played by him, and it shows why Vladimir is so hard to deal with, even when you gank him. That was a really well set up gank with the Malzahar ulti into the knockup. Was really well. It's really seamless. They just didn't have that last 10% of like damage to be able to finish him off. And then we saw Hecarim's PowerPoint. He's able to 1v1 Malzahar on the back end without Malzahar having his ultimate up. So yeah, you know, LS, you know, low standards, making some moves and trying to, you know, claw back and make this series even. One thing though to smile and look proud of if you are TNP. Your Jinx and Kale are the two highest farm members in the game. Kale tied with Vladimir, so you're well on your way to getting to that late game power spikes for those champions. Will you be able to survive this Vladimir and the rest of the team coming out of low standing zone?
Because obviously that's the other big thing that we've been talking about in the drafting phase as well. You know, two big hyper carries here for the side of TMP, the Kale and the Jinx. Both of them doing so much better than what we expected in the laning phase. And no turrets are yet to be picked up by low standards. So things are looking very, very good as in the bot lane. Looks like we're having some aggression. Tutu's going to make his way down. It's a 3v3, but the Dark Binding will land. The TP coming in as well, and Get Murked will get deleted. Another kill goes over to the side of LP.
It's going to turn into Cloud too, and like we were saying how like Ashe and Morgana are playing that lane really passively in the bot lane, but I don't think Winnie the Doom has missed like a Soul Shackles this game. Not Soul Shackles, her Q this game. So she been on point. This Morgana pick has been very good. You saw the Black Shield on Hecarim there was able to negate the knockout coming from Nautilus with his ultimate. So really well played there so far. This Morgana making a lot of plays happen. Looked like a failed gank and then hits a Q, is able to get a kill, and then it's able to transition that into a Cloud Drake. So Morgana right now definitely MVP of LS. So again, still, you're incrementally getting more and more of an advantage, and that's exactly what you want to see. And they're really starting to hit their strength. Like, Hecarim's getting pretty close with Triforce. Once he finishes that, he's going to be an absolute monster. Malawi's on her way to that stance. Probably going to see a finished Spirit Visage out of Vladimir on his next back. I think he's like 200 gold off right now. They're hitting their strong points. So
I also feel that, despite there being such an advantage for low standards, sure, the 7 kills to 1, they have a 2k goal lead as flash out from Polar Bear Minion as QQ was looking for the gank, but, despite them having this advantage, they have only been able to pick up one turret, which was in the bot lane, and only very recently. I still think that Team Name Pending have this game with that Kale and Jinx. Once Jinx gets a kill or two, she'll just start snowballing really hard, and she's going to become impossible to control.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for low standard to find a fight, maybe either at Baron or at the next dragon. And they're going to need to win that fight and then get Baron and start breaking the base, because if you break the base, get a couple inhibitors, maybe the Jinx and Kale, maybe they'll just be on the back foot so much where they won't be able to really pull online, be able to make a comeback. But you really need to start breaking down these towers. They're gonna get top here. After this, I would like to just squat up mid lane and break down that mid tower. And once that happens, you can start getting wards in the enemy jungle, and you can start finding more picks with this Ashe and Morgana.
Noble though gonna pick up the turret in the bot lane. Paco just a little bit too late to be able to.
One thing to mention, we keep saying oh man, we got this Jinx Kale, they're gonna be monsters in late game. Another monster could be this Vladimir. He's super ahead right now. If he can
oh no, another Dark Binding lands, but is there a collapse? Well, the Soul Shackles will come out, the Black Shield as well. They find the kill on to Get Murked. Coconut though looking to get out. The flash knockup comes through. Void Rush, it dodges the advantage. Crystal Arrow is going to be a 1-for-1 as the turret shots come through. 2Q will survive as the Divine Judgment will get channeled. However, Prince Poochie will fall as overall it's going to be 2 kills for 1 in favor of low standards.
Yeah, really well played there by the Kale and Rek'Sai trying to kill the Ashe, and it feels bad for Ashe there. Rek'Sai flashed over the volley and then ulted onto Ashe as her arrow was in midair too, so good job dodging all the skill shots and then still needed the kill to get out alive. But it's going to come at the expense of a mid tower, so it's definitely worth if you're LS. You really start opening up the map here. And we're starting to see the strength of this Morgana and Ashe. They can layer the CC and really can start a fight when they didn't think a fight was going to happen. As soon as anyone gets caught in a Morgana Q, it can just be easily followed up by anyone else in the team, and that could just be, if it's a squishy target, it could just be an easy kill. But going back, I was saying too, we did have the Kale and the Jinx. They're the late game threat coming out of TNP, but if Vladimir is able to get a big flank, he can just one-shot Jinx. Maybe even Kale. Probably not the Kale because she has her ulti, but if Vladimir just one-shots Jinx, then it's more of an even fight, and I don't know if KO can necessarily win a 4v5 with a full fed Vladimir on him as well. So it is not, all hope is not lost in the late game team fight. It's just going to be much harder to execute and dance around us.
Yeah, despite having this Nautilus and Malzahar, which can offer some decent peel for the Jinx, the Vladimir can just, as you mentioned, pool of blood in and find so much damage. And, you know, Divine Judgment can only go onto one person.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to have Hecarim running at you too, who can also just easily destroy an AD carry really quickly with Triforce and Sterix. It's going to make it be really tough to kill him as well. Yeah, so there, if you're Jinx, you'd have to be very careful about positioning. Hell, if you even get caught out by a Morgana Q, it can easily just be followed up there as well. So still a lot of threats if you're any LS has tools to stay in a game, even at late game.
22 minutes into the game, Baron is up, as it is only a 2.5k gold advantage to the side of low standards right now, as Polar Bear Minion getting closer and closer to that crucial level 16 mark. Currently at level 30, level 13 has the Gunblade available and looking towards the Nash's Tooth as well.
Yeah, and one thing to mention, this is a second item Spirit Visage coming out of Vladimir, so he's not going to have as much burst damage in AP. He's only sitting on 156 right now. He might finish a Death Cap, and once he gets that, then he's going to be really strong. But right now he's opting into a more, I don't know, it's less of a damage and more of just he's going to be able to sustain in a fight really long. But I don't know if that's exactly what you want with Vladimir, especially in this comp. You just want to eliminate Kayle or Jinx as fast as possible, and you'll basically lose any sustained fight against them.
Low standards though, they're looking towards this Baron. They're just going to set up some vision first, but they could just look to rush. However, they spot Polar Bear Minion and they're going to look for the collapse. Polar Bear Minion, he has nowhere to go. Dark Bunny not going to be able to find his mark. Polar Bear Minion, he has flash available. Oh, but he gets slapped up so hard. That's going to be one kill, flash over the wall as, oh, the dredge line is failed, and now comes the chase. Prince Poochie, Tides of Blood, and there's a Sanguine Pool. Prince Poochie will fall as Transfusion seals the deal. 2 kills going over to low standards, and they can now look for that Baron.
Yeah, well, I said in Champ Select, like, you know, ideally I want like a 25-minute fight that gets won by LS into a 25-minute Baron. I'm almost pretty spot on there with 24.5 minutes Baron right now. But yeah, it's a good call. They just completely swarmed the Kayle, burst her down before she even could ulti. She also had flash up too, so just really good job there. And Vladimir is one tanky bully. I don't think he's going to be killed really by anyone unless the fight's completely lost, and then he has to be focused down on it. But it's really strong. Oh, maybe a steal. We did see a Baron go the other way last game, so.
Indeed, we did. 3 members of team name pending are here, however. Oh, wow. Paco forces a flash.
Yeah, the Baron taking ability isn't that great without any Mountain Drakes, though, so that is kind of unfortunate. But I guess they're learning after last game. You know, they tried to force a Baron that really kind of, maybe they were, if they got it, they would be able to, you know, stabilize and get themselves back in the game. But they end up losing it, and they lost it. They lost the game basically off that. A little bit more cautious around this Baron, trying not to force it too hard. But you know, it's gonna be interesting to see how this, you know, keeps panning out. The gold lead is up to 3K, so it's slowly but steadily climbing. But right now you're seeing Vladimir is really strong. You saw him just force flash and heal despite walking close to the Jinx. Didn't even have his ultimate up then. And then you're seeing, you know, Ashe picking up a Runaan's Hurricane. Probably going to see an Essence Reaver or an IE. Probably IE coming out next from her. And then we're probably going to be seeing a Sterix Gauge come out of Hecarim. So there's a couple other big item breakpoints. Like LS still has some strength.
Oh no, Blast Gun over the wall as Drake looking for 2Q.
Yeah.
2Q will be able to find the knock up and can get out to safety. But once again, low standards. They're just looking to get complete vision control around the Baron, and they're doing a good job of it. So
I know they're trying to, like, if a TNP is trying to group up and stop this Baron from happening, but if I'm them, I'm sending Kayle bot lane, just trying to get her to level 16. She's not gaining any experience walking around the jungle right now. She has teleport, so she could go bot lane, and if Baron gets started, she could just TP in. So a little bit of a misplay there. Like she could be capitalizing, pushing that wave in more bot lane, make it crash into the tier 2 turret with the gold. She could be then be getting more CS, getting more gold herself, working towards probably a Rage Blade, and working towards a level 16 breakpoint. But kind of just walking around the jungle, and the top lane is pushing into low standards, so right now, so she can't really safely walk up the farm because that's where she got caught last time. She was trying to farm that wave when it was more at river instead of under their turret. But wave does get pushed in the top lane, but trying to min-max Kayle, and trying to get her to that breakpoint is really important, and should be given top priority right now for TNP.
Yeah, and the execution is calling as well, completed by the Jinx. Again, needs to stop that Vladimir healing. So many times though you see Vladimir's and just no one on the enemy team buying any form of Grievous wounds. So
or like Aatrox. I played in a solo game today where no one on my team was buying Grievous wounds for Aatrox, and he had Death Dance first item, and he was like healing his entire HP bar. It was disgusting, and no one was taking Ignite or buying Grievous wounds. So I mean, good on Jinx for building that too. So, and it's good too because it works on Alawi, who's going to gain health regeneration for ultimate off of Death Stance. It's going to be finished here soon too. So it's going to be good on multiple members as well as Hecarim. So heals quite a bit. Heals quite a bit with his W and Conqueror. So it's a really good cost-effective item this game coming out. Jinx.
Level 16 almost reached by Polar Bear Minion as team name pending. They're getting closer and closer to that crucial power spike. And that will be the turret picked up in the top lane. Only one alpha turret remaining in the game, and that is a low standards mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, low standards kind of just let Kayle take that top lane turret for some reason. They could have maybe put up a bigger fight for it, or maybe even tried to like jump on Kayle, but they're kind of just standing around right now, getting poked down. Again, we saw this last game where they wanted to group up with Alawi instead of having your side lane, because this is right here is where you want to be 1 through 2. Like you want to maybe force them to like come to you or force them to answer to a Baron, but now you're just grouping up. You don't really have the mid wave crashing into their turret. Vladimir is doing a good job pushing in Malzahar, because Malzahar doesn't have TP, so like keep your Vladimir bot lane, because at that point, like if a fight breaks out of Baron, you just TP Vladimir over, and it's a 5v4. So
however, don't forget though that Noble does have the unsealed spellbook, so
he just has to use his barrier. So then, even if you want him to use his TP, you can force him to use his combat summoner, like ineffectively. So even then, if you can force TP for TP, you're actually getting rid of 2 summoner spells. So it's a worth. Oh, that's
the flash over the chompers as well, and there comes the unstoppable onslaught. Paco picks up the kill as the depth charge does nothing. And now with a Baron up and available, surely this is low standards opportunity.
Oh, no. I would much rather them see just go immediately to the Baron. Oh, well, catch out Rek'Sai. Yeah, that's
a devastating charge.
Nope, not gonna be able to. Oh, maybe.
They force the flash, but they get the knock-up onto the Vladimir. As Prince Fuji a little bit late to the fight, and they already find the kill onto 2Q. Goes line back under turret as another kill goes low standards way.
Noble's just taking towers though, and he's gonna force out a teleport himself. This is Alawi's TP, but yeah, the rest of the members should just go to this Baron and take it down. Sure, if you trade mid turret for it, fine, whatever. But dead jungler, this should be a almost guaranteed Baron. As long as Hecarim doesn't die.
It got close. It got close. If he had just waited a couple of seconds, perhaps he could have done a bit more. However, Polar Bear is on his way.
Yeah,
low standards are very low. They will pick up the Baron, and though they find the suppression instantaneously. Not enough to find the kill, but now the Kayle joins the fight. So much damage. He finds one. He finds a second. Merc getting burnt down and will fall. And the Divine Judgment comes through. And the Dredge line will find its mark onto Unlimited Souls, as it is going to be a 2-4-2. But we're starting to see team name pending come online. as there is now 3 members of low standards who have that Baron buff available.
Yeah, I think a little bit of bad luck there. Ash wasn't exactly full health, and neither was the Hecarim. I think if they do, they maybe even they're able to turn that and kill the Kayle. But we saw the Kayle, level 16, Rage Blade, Nashor's, and Gunblade. She is online right now. But we also saw Vladimir just completely decimate Jinx as well. So, as we were saying earlier, this looks like it's going to come down to Vladimir versus Kayle and who can wipe the other team first. But Ashe is also really strong right now too. We saw her really just melt the HP bar of Malzahar there. But Baron is on the side of LS. They did get it on both Alawi and Vladimir, so they don't really have it for their core 3. Maybe, I don't know if Morgana still has it. So you actually do have 3 Barons left, and it's on the right members to do a 1-3-1. So that's why what I want to see out of LS here. I want Alawi in the top lane. I want or Alawi either in top or bot. It doesn't really matter. I just want one of them there, and then 3 in the mid lane, and the others.
Look at that wave clears. Oh, on top of a long sword, devastating charge. They find the kill onto Get Murked. That is a huge for low standards, and now they can look to keep on pushing. That is one of the 3 big wave clears down for the side of Team Name Pending.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to get this mid tower here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to break the base. Their top wave is actually pushing in towards LS's base. They do have a bot wave. I would like to see either Vladimir or Alawi go down to secure that tower too. They might just brute force this mid lane tower and trying to pick that up, but it's going to be really hard against Kayle's wave player.
The pick on to Get Murked was so big. 12 seconds until the Jinx is back up and the siege has begun. A lot of hope coming through with the Malzahar Q, but not quite enough to find anything.
You don't want to send the entire team bot lane, because then you lose your mid pressure. I like to send a few people, or like 2 people at most bot lane, and then keep the pressure up mid lane. But we're able to pick up the tower. But now that they're going to have kind of desynced waves, and now they're going to run into the same problem where they have this bot lane wave, but it's going to get destroyed by Kayle before they can even siege. So yeah, this is why you will not, against Kayle and Jinx, you're not going to be able to shove that wave in a turret and brute force the turret down. You're going to have to split them apart. You can't have Kayle and Jinx in the same spot. But there's a Mountain Drink spawning in about 45 seconds. It's going to help whichever team get it with its Baron take ability. It really does look like that LS is going to need a second Baron to really kind of close this game up. But we're at 34 minutes. We're at the point of the game where TNP can actually start, standing tall and winning some of these fights. It really just depends on where the Kayle's at, and if Jinx can actually get some damage off. Because right now, Kayle doesn't have any Grievous Wound items on her, so if it comes down to a Kayle versus Vladimir fight, Vladimir might be able to out-heal the Kayle and then, survive.
Winnie takes a lot of damage, and Void Seeker follows Super Mega Death Rocket, and here we go. 2Q straight into the back line. This devastating charge, but there comes another Grass Hunter turret. The focus onto the Vladimir. Vladimir gets burned down, and it is an ace coming in for Team Name Pending. 35 minutes in, and they flip the switch, and they pick up the fight. Now they're going to be looking towards that Mountain Drake. Baron is not up and for another 2 minutes, but for now, Team Name Pending, they're going to look towards the mid lane, maybe even look to crack open the base themselves.
Yeah, this should be an inhibitor probably going down. Yep, there's that late game team fight. I actually didn't see the Super Mega Death Rod. It just kind of exploded on my screen, so I don't know if that happened for the members of LS2. But yeah, kind of overstayed their welcome after getting that inner bot tower, and now they're just went from controlling this game for 35 minutes to just swinging back for the first time, going to TNP, and it's gonna be tough now. Vlad did try and 1v2 the Jinx and Malzahar, but wasn't able to do so, and after that, Kayle was able to do the rest of the fight. So.
And they have tied up the gold now as well. Barely a couple of hundred separating the 2 teams, but Team Name Pending, they're starting to look big. The Rage Raid completed for Polar Bear and for Get Murked. Oh, yes,
yeah, he's got a death cap. Yep. So it's a death cap Kayle. So it's going to be really hard to win these fights. They can't win a straight 5v5. They need to get a pick with a Morgana or Ashe like they were doing early in the game, and they need to blow up a priority target like a Jinx or the Kayle. I don't. Even though Kale is super strong, can she win a 3v5 or a 4v5? Don't know with the Vladimir and Hecarim. So setting up vision control around Baron is going to be vital, and then if they can find a pick onto either Kale or Jinx or even Malzahar, just making it a 4v5 in their favor is their best chance to win. Oh, still steals red buff.
The rapid fire kind of completed as well for Get Merked, who is now at 75% crit, has a QSS, and the execution is calling as well. So not going to be looking for that 100% crit unless he decides to sell those Berserker Screeds, maybe for an S3 for a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, I don't think she really needs to hit that 100% crit. She's got, I don't know if QSS is, I guess a QSS is Vlad ulti. I would rather probably build Bloodthirster, but having Mercurial Scimitars gives you life steal, so that's perfectly fine. And you definitely need the Executioners to cut through the healing that is on the side of LS. At this point, I think you just kind of look around Baron Pit, maybe even force a fight here. Like, force them to come, clear the vision at least, and definitely get the Scuttle Club to get complete control, vision control of the area. They're just ignoring that one pink ward.
Low standards, they might have got swept in the last fight, but they have respawned right back to where they left off, which is in control of the map, despite being an inhibitor down. Baron is up, and they can start to look towards it. However, the Vladimir now, with that death cap, and as you mentioned before, Matt, Vladimir versus Kale in the late game. Yeah. And who kills who first is a big question.
Yeah, and I think it depends if Vladimir... So Vlad in these fights actually hasn't been focusing Kale. He's been actually just always going after Jinx. I think he's really going to need to change his priority target and trying to blow up Kale instead of blowing up this Jinx, because Jinx is, while strong, is not the strong point of the team.
The thing is, like,
a monster. There's just a lot of threats right now. Like, Vlad just needs to do a lot.
You say that, but I can see the second he turns to focus a Kale, the Jinx ends up getting a pentakill or something ridiculous. However, they might have found the pick onto Nova. There comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they will find the pick. The Stopwatch comes out to buy a little bit of time, but not quite enough. As Paco taking a lot of poke. This up coming through, not quite enough to find the kill, as the redemption will follow. So 4v4 in, sorry, a 4v5 in the mid lane. Paco very low, and team name pending could take a look for the Baron here.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad because LS get the big pick, but they actually might end up just losing the Baron anyway. Because Kale and Jinx...
Oh, they are wrecking through that Baron.
He's gone. Let's go for the steal. Oh, he got
You're going! He finds the steal! Are you kidding me? They turn the scripts once again, but can they find the fight? They find the pick onto Kale. Vladimir comes out on top. Get murked up. He flashes, but he flashes into the Dark Bunny. Can he turn this around? No, he cannot. It's a triple kill for Paco the Taco, and it is the ace for low standards. As team name pending get a little bit too cocky, and they pay the ultimate price. Is that enough for a game? I don't think so, but it should be enough to crack open the base. Although Noble is turning up in the top lane to at least try to whittle down these minions with those boilings, but the Baron empowerment is keep on crashing in.
One key part of that one fight was that Kale ulted, I believe, the Rek'Sai instead of herself. So it kept Rek'Sai alive for a second longer, and then as soon as that happened, Alawi and Vladimir went in and focused on the Kale. So Kale didn't actually have her ultimate to keep herself alive to allow her to DPS. She tried to save a teammate, and then she wasn't able to survive on her own. So that was a huge win there. We're gonna get another fight because Elder is spawning.
Yeah, and despite low standards not having an Infernal, not having a Mountain, they do have 4 Elementals, so that's still going to be a big, it's still going to be a big Elder Drake, and, well...
They'll also get the benefit of the double clouds, so they're just going to be extraordinarily fast with this Elder Drake. Oh, that's an Ash Arrow.
So the Crystal Arrow does find its mark, and can make a Death Rocket a little bit low. Now, team name pending. They have cracked open the base in the top lane. They've taken the top lane inhibitor turret. Baron and Elder empowered on, well, Elder
Yeah.
empowered on all 5, Baron empowered on, I think, 3 or 4.
3. It's 4. It's everyone but Hecarim.
Okay, and now they look for the push. And, well, it looks like Team Name Pending, they will just sit under their Nexus turrets for now. They have no way of contesting.
Yeah, if you try to contest with, like, taking the 200 true damage on hit, you're just going to lose the fight. Like, you saw it there. Like, even if you have the K on the Jinx, against a Baron of Vladimir and Hecarim and Alawi, I don't know if you win that fight. Maybe, because it's not in a pit, and, like, Vladimir and Alawi can't just, you know, bring everyone into a small dome, but I think it's a great idea here by LS, refusing to, like, reset. Like, they know that first Elder only lasts for, like, 2 minutes. So, like, they're saying, we're not going to reset, we're just going to run down and get this top inhibitor too, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. I thought TNP was going to maybe answer by going down mid and trading inhibitors, but this is a 4v5 right now, so it's not exactly with Malawi in the mid lane, so even with Elder, I don't know if you win a 4v5 into a Kale and Jinx late game.
Of course, 43 minutes in the game, starting to drag out. Both teams have been able to pick up an inhibitor, but right now, Low Standards are the team in control. 2 inhibitors down in the top and the mid lane. Baron and Elder empowered, although those buffs are going to be running out very, very shortly.
Yeah, and even though LS like won that last fight, I don't know if they can recreate it again. Because they had literally every single member except Malzahar. So it was a 5v4 on their favorite to begin with. And then they got Kale and Jinx in the small confined area of the Baron pit, with Kale ult not going on either Jinx or Kale. Like, I don't know if all those circumstances happen again. So it's going to be tough to see, like, you know, sometimes you say, like, oh, they won that fight, maybe the fights. I don't know if they're going to be able to recreate the same circumstances to make sure they get a winning fight. Like, they had to check off a lot of boxes, and even then, it still was kind of, you know, almost a close fight. Like, you know, a couple more seconds and Kale may have been able to turn that fight around. So they had a great fight the first time, and they got to identify, like, what made that fight really really good. They had everyone in the pit. They needed to bring everyone into the jungle where, like, allowing Vladimir can, like, really work.
Low Standards, they have got the bot lane pushing in. There's another Baron coming up in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and with the top and mid inhibitors still down, they could potentially look for the 3rd Baron, or maybe they could look to get a little bit impatient and maybe try to find the fight in the base of TNP. They're just going to stay, keep on pushing the waves, but so much wave flip for TNP. Dreadfly not going to be able to sponge bug, but a lot of the damage coming through. Here we go. Is this the fight? No kills just yet, and both teams will back off for now.
I thought Ultimate was coming down by Vladimir, and it's still up, but yeah, I think a little bit of an aggressive posturing in the mid lane, trying to force a little too much in Nexus turrets. Oh, this is a good fight.
Death charge comes through. Here we go. But look at the Hecarim into the back. Polar Bear Minion will ult himself this time. The Vladimir will be falling. Almost is alive, but not for long enough. And Getmug firing out the rocket. Now it is just Coconut standing. Getmug will get taken down, but that's a fine. It's still big. Coconut splashes forward. The stopwatch comes in. 2Q finds the kill, and the Malzahar will just be able to survive as it is an 8-4-2. A Nexus turret does fall, but Team Name Pending, they find the fight they need. Practically everyone is a full build now, with the exception of the supports. We are well and truly into the late game here, Matt.
Kale almost just won that fight, but killed Ashe, but Ashe had a GA. So Ashe was resurrecting. In that time, though, that Vladimir hit his ultimate and his E on the...
TP to the Baron pit.
I don't think they had damage. That was a huge play, though, by Coconut to kill the Jinx. If Jinx was alive, this would have been an easy Baron. With the Mountain Drake, though, they might be able to do this. They're running, though. And Alawi's on the flank. I don't think they're going to kill this in time.
TP coming in from Kale. In fact, if
the
if the Alawi TP was into the base, that could have been even bigger, but they're looking for the backdoor. Taku comes in, the flash is out, and now it is just going to be the Nautilus. CC's Taco down, and lets Polar Bear just 3 hit. And now the resets come in. All 5 members of the team name pending have the Baron. 46 minutes in. I was feeling a little bit sleepy, not gonna lie, but I am wide awake now.
What happened actually there is the minions killed the bot inhibitors, so top and mid are gonna respawn here shortly for TNP, but now they're gonna have to deal with supers in the bot lane. However, Elder Drake is spawning, and if LS can pick up the second Elder Drake, they might just be able to close it out. But that was a huge mistake by Vladimir trying to go in for like a big hero play at a 1v4. He blew his flash and his TP, so now he's not going to be able to do that flashy combo to just one-shot either Kayle or Jinx by surprise.
And with 20 seconds still left on his death timer, he might not be here for this very important Elder fight. As the team name pending, they are looking to make their way down. Second Elder of the game. Dredgeline finds his mark, but the Black Shield will come out as my screen freezes temporarily. But Elder Drake has been started down.
Drake's gonna have to steal it. Drake's gonna have to steal it.
Here we go. Comes over. They find it. Morgana steals the Drake, and that is 2Q getting taken down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will follow, but Unlimited gets taken down so low. Coconuts will pay the price. It's a 1-for-1, but somehow Winnie finds the steal. That is absolutely nutty.
I'm gonna have to like go back and like watch that because Rek'Sai smited, and I don't know, was it the pool of Morgana that got it? Because Hecarim did not get his his smite off, so it must have been either his ult damage that got it low too, or is this the W from Morgana that secured it? Either way, that's huge. Now they have a 5-minute Elder buff that has 4 Elemental Drakes on it. They're going to be really strong now. I probably can just kind of
Noble's in the top lane. He needs to be backing soon.
This is really dangerous. It's still a 4v5. There is no Ashe. Oh, it's a 4v4. So, but having no Ashe or no AD carry compared to no Rek'Sai, late game Rek'Sai, a little bit of a power discrepancy. You really need Ashe in this fight. She was able to kind of salvage that bot lane fight. You definitely need her. So, not having Ashe though with her Rune Hierarchy, not having Elder buff, that is going to be kind of nice. Because she would be the one applying the most damage with Elder, so it is a little bit better in those regards. But yeah, we got a barn burner for game 2 here. Barn burner.
We haven't even finished the second game yet. We've had 2 Baron steals, an Elder steal. Well, welcome to the Rampage Open semifinals. Oh, Dredgeline almost finds its mark. Ashe on the way. This is not quite a 5v5 yet.
Oh, Ashe is here though.
Ashe has arrived, but look at the poke coming down, and the wave clear is just so huge. You can throw wave after wave at this team name pending side, and they will just clear it right up.
Yeah, remember when I said that TNP probably wins any game that goes through 30 minutes? We're hitting like super late game. Like I don't understand like how LS is even trying to like staying somewhat alive in these fights. Oh, it's onto a Nautilus.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow only lands onto the Nautilus as you mentioned, but they're gonna find the pick regardless. Can team name pending turn this around? The depth charge comes in, and now they're looking for the Vladimir. The Kayle out's a little bit late, but she finds the kill. Redemption now coming in. Oh, the Morgana gets taken down, and that's gonna be the Alawi falling as well. Get Merc will pop the GA. It's a 1v1, but it's on the traps, and the Jinx finds the kill. 50 minutes in, 9 kills coming out. Get Merc finds the pick, but the minions are pushing in still up from the bot lane. That one inhibitor down, causing a slight problem. I have not casted, I've not witnessed a 50-minute plus game in so long, and this game is going to keep on going.
Another misplay by Polar. Kayle was standing on top of Rek'Sai, and he accidentally clicked Rek'Sai, so the ultimate went on Rek'Sai instead of Kayle. That's why Kayle died. If Kayle ults herself there, Kayle and Jinx survive, maybe even another couple of members, and if Kayle and Jinx are up, that's the end of the game. Oh man, and even going back, if the minions hadn't killed the bottom inhibitor a couple minutes ago, Jinx is just able to walk down through mid lane and at least gets an inhibitor, maybe ends the game herself. So just
Oh god.
LS is getting a lot of breaks, and that's twice now that Kayla has accidentally ulted Rek'Sai instead of herself and has died and lost the fight because of it.
Man, if we get, you know, a 5 kills for 3, 5 kills for 4 maybe, that could be enough for a game. The death timers are so long.
They're so long.
I've never seen a 3 Elder Drake game. Oh,
Ash
Dark Fighting will find his mark.
You can't fight here.
Oh, but they will try regardless. Polar Bear finds a kill. And here we go, but it's only a 5v4. The Divine Judgment comes through. This time it's on the right target. This time, Team Name Pending will win the fight. They find a 3. They find a 4. It's only Ash left. I said if you get 5 kills for 2, 5 kills for 3, you will come out on top. They find 4 kills for 1, pardon me, and it's only Coconuts left to defend all by himself. 40 seconds is the death timer. It is way too long. After so long, so much patience, so much perseverance, Team Name Pending, they march in on the base. They're looking to make it a second game. They will remain undefeated, and Low Standards will have one final chance if they want to stay in the series.
I guess it gets to a really long game. At that point, you're mentally tired. You had a long 35-minute game the first game. You're at 50 minutes plus now, and you got more series to play. The mental fatigue was really setting in. They just saw the enemy team coming in, and LS was like, all right, let's go. Like, our Morgana's in position, let's go. They forgot to realize, though, that their AD carry, who's probably doing more damage, or as much damage as Vladimir at this point in the game, is in the base. They lose the 4v5, even though Kale ulted Rek'Sai again, or someone that wasn't Kale or Jinx again. Kale did die, but the rest of the members were able to live. Oh, man. If Ash is there are several members that did get pretty low on TNP. Maybe Ash turns that fight. Maybe it goes differently, but yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. Like, game 2, if you win this, you're back, you're even the series, and then maybe the momentum just completely flows to LS's side. But now you're down 2-0 after a 50-minute game. These guys are used to best of 3s. Right now, the first 2 games have gone as long as best of 3. And if you want to make the comeback, the reverse sweep, you got to go 3 more games that maybe go this length again, or another 30 minutes plus for 3 games. It's going to be tough. And
what are you talking about? This game has gone on for as long as the best of 3. It's gone on for as long as the best of 5 right now with that game.
Yeah, I got a 35-minute game the first time, and now a 52-minute one this game. It's just... Yeah, those are long games, and as someone who's been in a couple of BF3s and BF5s that have gone really long, it's just really tough mentally, and especially, you're down 2-0 now, losing that, it's a tilter. I would love to see LS come back, bounce back, maybe show up a really good showing here in game 3, but after losing that close to the game and down 2-0, I'm expecting probably just a mental boom at some point in the next game, and maybe this, probably a stomp. Not a stomp, but a one-sided game.
Now, we're going to have to end it there because we have to go into a break. We'll be back with game 3. It's time for me to get some water, maybe for you guys watching to grab some snacks. But stay tuned, we'll be right back for game 3 and potentially the final game between Team Name Pending and Low Standards. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Risen Esports Rampage Open Semi-Finals. And after a 52.5-minute slugfest, we make our way into the Game 3 pick and bans. And just as we were discussing, Matt, the Alawi has been banned away from low standards.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because he really hasn't had that high of an impact on it, besides like one or two fights in and around Baron and Dragon. He really only has like Yasuo, Alawi, and Malphite as like his big three champions. So it's gonna be interesting to see if TNP kind of pinches champion a little bit more, champion pool a little bit more, and see if he's got a fourth champion up his sleeve.
Yeah, we saw the Malphite being banned away from him in games 1 and 2. Once again, the Xayah being banned away from Get Merc. And the Malphite ban will come through as well. Now, we know how much both these teams hate picking ADCs in the first round of picks. So I'm guessing once again we're going to be seeing that focus towards the mid, jungle, and top. Now, the Kennen is the Kennen is no longer open, but
Maybe,
the Kayle is open.
We saw in game 1 where TNP was blue side, they first picked Kha'Zix, and so we could see that being run right back. Yep, and there it is. The response last time Ellis picks the Gragas Yasuo, so are they gonna run that back or are they gonna change things up there too? So, see where these series-long adaptations are coming into graphic.
Okay, the Thresh will come through. The Caitlyn is available.
Is that a bot lane pick in the first phase?
Yeah, oh yeah, what is this? No, it has to be Thresh top lane.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ooh, Thresh Varus, interesting.
Okay. I guess it's Varus top lane and Thresh jungle.
Yeah, for sure. Lethality mid Varus, which is an old favorite of mine.
I feel like that was a thing until not that long ago.
It was much better back when you could just build Brutalizer and like it was one of the best items in the game. That was fun. But yeah, it's definitely not as good nowadays because there's just so much mobility in the game. But one thing to mention, Kled had been banned for the last 2 games by LS, but now you know they switched over Hecarim and Kennen bans, leaving Kled open. So we're gonna see how that goes. Maybe it's because it's an Alawi counter and they picked Alawi the last 2 games, and so they wanted to ban it. But now with Alawi off the table, maybe they're fine with it open.
And the Malzahar comes through as well. So TMP once again making their focus to anything but the bot lane. As no, that has to be a wait.
Please.
No.
Please.
I mean, please, but no. I'm gonna ignore that hover for now, because I feel that Polar Bear has been massive in game 1, especially on that Kennen. Game 2, once it got too late, he was, you know, the way forward on the Kayle. Game 3, on this Kled, it's a champ that he could do so much on. Facing into the Ornn, how do we see this panning out?
I actually am not well versed in this matchup at all, but Ornn does do deceptively a good amount of damage as a tank in the early game. But Kled is just, with his remounting ability, it's just really tough to actually get kills on Kled. So I'm expecting Kled to win the matchup, but I don't play either Kled or top or Ornn. So who knows? I would expect Kled to be favored, but until Ornn can get some items, then it's probably just an E.
Now the Caitlyn and Nautilus have been banned away from TNP, whereas TNP themselves have banned away the Gragas. And once again, the Annie is banned away from the side of Paco. So let's see what gets picked up. It's going to be a Vladimir. So a lot of without a doubt, kept LS in the game for so much longer than arguably they should have. As the Ezreal will get picked up for TMP. Is it going to be a Braum once again? The Morgana is open. But I want to take a look to the side of low standards because they've got a lot of really good scaling. Varus into the late game, Vladimir into the late game, and then of course you've got those Ornn items to add on to all of that.
Yeah, they're ready to go 50 minutes again with that comp. They're like, alright, we want to go late game? Here's late game on-hit Varus is late game Ornn's going to be buffing everybody with his items, and it's going to be really unkillable. And then late game Vladimir, like they're just ready to like run this thing back. Like, you know, we're starting with this reverse sweep. Ooh. Kindred
and let's get even more scaling as well.
Let's get scaling in there. Let's go. It's not bad because Malzahar isn't really going to be pushing the envelope. We saw how that mid matchup went. Braum Ezreal is really offensive bot lane where it's just you're kind of under your tower farming and then trying to get Ezreal the 2 items with this Iceborne and Manamune, and then you can start like actually doing DPS. And then you kind of Kha'Zix and Kled are probably going to be the early game strong point, where I would expect a lot being invested into this Kled, because if Kled can get ahead, I don't really see someone besides, well, I think see Vladimir can probably match a Kled split push, but it'll be tough because Kled has Grievous Wounds on the second part of his Q, and then he can deal with Vladimir fairly well there. But yeah, LS, they're like ready to run this back another 50 minutes with all their picks. They scale very, very well, and I think it's kind of flipped. I think if this is TNP's game where they have that clock where they're trying to win with it, or this game's going to start swinging to LS's side post 30. So,
the other thing I want to bring up is, I mean, you already mentioned how the Malzahar into the Vladimir is going to be very, I mean, dull, as we saw in game 2 as well. I want to take a look to the bot lane, because I've always seen Varus as being very weak early and then strong late once he gets, you know, Blade of the Ruin King, Runans, and
Rageblade.
pardon me, Rageblade, yeah. However, a lot of people have been telling me, no, Varus is really strong early, blah blah blah. What's your take on it, personally?
Yeah, Varus actually is really strong. His Q, like, if you're able, like, to get, you know, your autos with your W stack, and then hit him with a Q, it's a lot of burst damage. So basically, anyone that is hit by a Thresh hook gets, like, auto E or E by the Varus, and then auto a couple times, and then Q to finish him off. It's a lot of burst damage. So Varus never really is actually ever lacking in damage with his, like, he's really just got good damage throughout the rest of the game. He scales like really well too. He's not like some AD carries with like plateau and then like I'm useless for a while. Oh, then I'm a god. He's just kind of like steadily a consistent damage threat. The only problem with Varus is he's immobile, and he's very immobile, slow, and just can be focused down really quickly. So I usually see in Worlds you see Tom Kench paired with him because it gives him a safety net. Thresh, he does have somewhat of a safety net with Lantern, but not as much as the Thresh, as TK, but a little bit more kill threat in exchange for that. But Varus into an Ezreal Braum lane, if they're able to like catch Braum, probably is what they're going to be wanting to go for. They can burst him down. The only problem is Braum can block his damage with his Unbreakable Shield. So.
Also, another thing I want to bring up is because I've been in the middle of a bit of a debate between two or three casters I know about Varus. And the debate goes along the lines of a lethal tempo or press the attack. And this has been going on for months and months. Yeah. So most of us, essentially all of us apart from this one person.
It's gotta be lethal tempo. It's gotta be.
Exactly. So it all stems from when the server we were in had like a caster v caster game, and this caster, he went Varus, but he went press the attack. So we just started flaming him for not knowing how to play Varus, and that started this whole thing. So he thinks that you should go press the attack because well, he's wrong. But yeah, so I'm kind of interested. Yeah.
It depends. Like, if you're bad at skill shots and can't proc your W, then press the attack's better. But the reason you go lethal tempo is you get more autos off, which you stack up your W passive. And then once you hit them with an ability like your Q, E, or R, then those all proc, and that's where the burst damage comes from. So I guess your one caster friend is just bad at skill shots and can't hit Q or E and can't proc his W. So I guess press the attack would be better there. But I'm expecting Kendra to take press the attack this game, but
I found his reasoning very interesting, because one of the things he said was, oh, I mean, 3 auto attacks and then everyone on your team starts doing more damage. But I was just thinking, you're the ADC, you are the damage, forget about everyone else.
Yeah, exactly, especially if like lethal tempo, especially in late game fights, you want to get to that fully stacked Rageblade. Having those couple seconds lethal tempo gets you there faster. If you don't, like, I could see press the attack being maybe better in lane, but you really just want lethal tempo just for your mid and late game. Like, your DPS will be severely hampered. We kind of saw it last game. Jinx wasn't really doing a whole lot until super late, so she got a ton of items. she went fleet footwork instead of lethal tempo. I just think there's a significant power drop with, like, especially with crit and on hit 80 carries, where you really just want as many autos as possible in a short duration. So if you get all that attack speed, you can just blow a target up really quickly and then win the fight. Also,
I also want to bring up your favorite player that ever existed. Unlimited Soul is playing. What wacky runes do you think he's going to pull out for this game?
I'm expecting Grasp, but who knows? It could be anything.
It could be anything.
It could be Aftershock. I think Grasp is better just for more sustain in lane and increased tankiness, but Aftershock wouldn't be bad either on Ornn.
Now, we have entered spectator delay, so we can confirm some of the spells. And Polar Bear Minion picking up the Ignite, looking for that kill pressure in the top lane. This should be spicy, considering the mid lane is going to be, well, a bit of nothing happening.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, because it's not exactly Ornn's bringing to, like, he's splitting and then join a team fight. So Kled will probably be the one. He'll always be kind of grouped up. If anyone's going to split, if it's Vladimir splitting, I think Malzahar, they showed that Noble is going to be the one that answers it. That happened last game, so I'm expecting maybe they're like, all right, Ornn's going to be grouped up. You know, let's just, Kled's, you know, who cares about split pushing? He doesn't need to, like, you know, TP or whatever. Just keep him grouped up.
Yeah.
I think it's probably better to have Kled as a split push threat, and then to, you know, for him to maybe take towers while you're trying to do Baron and stuff like that. But you know, Polar Bear has so far been my MVP of the series. He's been outstanding. He pretty much single-handedly won that first game with Kennen. He was big in the last game, minus some Kayle ultis, but his DPS was still really good. And he was a great lane at Kayle. Like he laned very well for being in a tough matchup. So yeah, you know, more power to him. Like it's gonna be tough though. He's gonna have like a couple get Ornn, but after that, I think Ornn too tanky to really kill effectively. But we'll see. I'm expecting Kha'Zix to go up top lane pretty early. So we'll see probably an early game topside fight.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking towards this topside. I actually think that team name pending have potentially come out of this draft ahead, just because I think there's a lot of priority on Polar Bear, who can once again step up. But I think that if this game does run late, you know, like we saw in game 2, going past that 40-45 minute mark, surely low standards win this just through the power of their scaling alone.
Yeah, because then at that point, you basically Kindred's a second carry. You should hopefully have enough stacks to be like arranged at equivalent or even maybe greater than. And then late game Varus doesn't see that. We saw Paco Lataco on Vladimir last game. He was insane. He was like single-handedly trying to get them across the finish line, the finish line in late game fights. So yeah, I think Winnie the Doom was really good on Morgana that game and was able to give LS a lead early. I think I'm gonna circle Winnie again this game. If Thresh can get a couple picks on this Ezreal or Braum, start getting Varus ahead. I think Varus scales a lot better, is actually more of a DPS threat than Ashe late game. And I think even last game, if you switch the Ashe for the Varus, I think LS probably win that game. But who's to say that?
And on that note, we'll be heading into a short break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with the third game of the night. I've got my friend watching, and he was like, "Oh, TNT have lost drafts so hard," which is why I went with you know, TNT have won the draft.
They lost the first draft, and then they came back and steamrolled that game.
Yeah.
So, I think the team that I said like actually I don't know, I favored LS's draft like both times. I think. Actually no, I favored I favored TNT's draft.
Yeah.
It was just like, can they survive to that point?
I think we are in a scaling meta. Like, despite not getting long games, I think that it is a bit of a scaling meta right now.
I mean, I think in gold, where like teams don't know how to press advantages, scaling is always a better option to go. But like, if it was a platinum diamond league, like their comp would have gone last game like TMP's. Like, it's just they're not drafting that effectively, and like they're not picking the meta power picks and stuff like that. Like, if you early picked like Jinx and stuff like that, last game, or they picked Jinx, can't last. But if you wanted to go like an early game comp, like going, maybe you just lock in Pantheon and like the top lane, and you just steamroll that lane. I'm at 0. Oh no, I had paused it on accident. Whoops. Alright, yeah, I'm getting to 5 in a second. Alright, I'm at 5.
Wait. Apparently our mic's alive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well. I don't remember if I swore or not. But it's fine. Oh, I just heard me roasting the gold players.
You're so toxic.
It's not their fault. They're gold. They're still top like 20.
Behind the scenes at Risen Esports production.
Listen, guys, I'm sorry. Gold games go longer. The higher elo you get, the better they're at putting advantages. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Finally, all our viewers can hear what we're actually talking about when we're getting into game.
Yeah, this is what happens. Yeah.
Also, Trick Jews on the Twitch chat should be focusing on this game. Come on, dude.
Yeah, he said Glacial Kindred Pog. Hey man, I would have loved to see Glacial Kindred.
I wanted to see the Zaya this game. But...
Zaya got banned. It's been banned every
yeah, I know. But... Don't worry, I'm sure we've got another 2 games after this one.
Hey Katie, our mics are live. Oh, he's not here. Rip streamer.
I hear teacup.
Oh, I heard some yawns. He's just like, time for bed. It's like pushing like 4 o'clock.
I haven't actually checked if we are live on Twitch or if it was just my friend who was trolling me.
Oh no, I unmuted it. It was definitely
okay.
Twitch. No one's saying anything in the chat though.
Yeah. They want to keep on hearing us, so.
Yeah. Our mics have been live too, Katie.
You baited us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the Rampage Open semi-finals as team name pending look to take the 3-0 clean sweep. And as Matt, you perfectly put it, Risen after dark. And here we go, the 5-man stack from both teams coming through, but they're all going to miss each other. So no tension right now, but I'm sure there is a little bit for the players.
Yeah, they're like, oh man, could they be here? We're gonna find it. No, they're gonna not find anyone. It's gonna be interesting to see here if TNP are just gonna like maybe steal this red buff, or if they're just gonna walk out and leave. At least leave some vision behind, guys. Come, don't invade and don't.
Yeah, it's what you call.
Oh, they're not
They're
gonna
just taking a tour.
Okay, they're going. Thank God. There you go. Good job, guys. All right. Anytime you invade, where whoever you are, just always put down or a couple. Being able to track junglers is so important.
Yeah, so both sides will get vision on where the junglers will start, unless actually 2Q gonna start on the blue buffs, so well, I guess LS will know that 2Q is starting there due to his absence from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, this can turn into, now they have that information, Kha'Zix can go down to his red buff and then go immediately over and probably take the blue buff of Kindred. So this is a setup in a way that Kha'Zix wanted to. He can try and 3-buff this Kindred, trying to get her behind, but I personally like playing Kha'Zix into Kindred. You can blow her up really quickly before she has a time to react, put on her ultimate, and early on you just really win trades against her. So if I'm Kha'Zix, I'm gonna go hunting Kindred.
Alright, as in the top lane, we're already starting to see Polar Bear looking aggressive into Unlimited Soul, and this is what we expected from him. So big in game 1, big in game 2, and on the high priority cleared for game 3. Let's see what he can pull off, as Bear Trap on a rope will land, and it will just be a beating in favor of Polar Bear. The Ignite comes through, flash away as Polar Bear will get dismounted, but that is all well and good. Burns the flash away.
Yeah, I mean, you did see some of the return damage with the Ornn. If he's able to get the full like W off and then is able to hit the brittle, it's like something saying like 12% of your maximum health damage. It's a lot of damage. So Ornn can trade really effectively. And to most champions, Kled gets the mechanic of where he gets to remount that. So it's really fun. Not Ornn. But
Faris will get a decent trade coming through in the bot lane. And Faris finds damage.
He's dead.
Yeah. First blood going through in the top lane to Polar Bear minion. And all according to the script so far, all according to the predictions.
Yeah, actually, it feels pretty bad if you're the Ornn. He went in for the knock-up, and if he's able to get the knock-up, I don't know if Kled gets a chance to remount there, so that's a little bit of some bad luck. It's really going to set him behind, but at least he took teleport instead of Ignite, but now you're looking maybe at a Kha'Zix dive here. Also kind of feels bad for the Kindred. They had the bot lane prio, and then her mark spawned on the top scuttle, so that's kind of unfortunate for her, but Kindred is gonna farm up and get to hopefully a point where she's strong. Oh, yeah, like I said, here's that.
Oh, here we go. In the top lane once again, the Bear Trap on a rope. The charge forward, the turret shot will land.
Yeah.
Ted once again will get dismounted, but Leon will take a fair amount of damage. And I'm sure 2Q will constantly be looking towards this top side to make sure that Polar Bear's getting ahead as Pocket Pistol finds yet more poke onto Unlimited.
Yeah, there was definitely there was a chance for Ornn, instead of like queuing away or eating away, he could have eaten into the wall and maybe turned it on Kha'Zix there and maybe had a chance for a return kill and maybe force something on the flash. But he's playing pretty passively here, which is understandable. You're the tank. You're not trying to like get a super big advantage. You're just trying to get to the late game, survive as long.
Oh, there's a Polar Bear looking to remount very close, but we'll just find a decent trade. Is in the bot lane, Trick did turn up for a little bit, but unable to find anything substantial with the gank. Yeah, from the void, unable to find Paco in the middle.
Wow, the disrespect. Oh, it was a bait. It was a bait.
Oh no, nowhere for Unlimited to go. On the turret. Oh, Pocket Pistol finds the kill. Not even close.
I'm thinking this is why we're starting to see why Kled was banned the first 2 games of the series.
As the Winter Spike will land, is good play. Flash away, and the piercing arrow won't be able to find its mark as the CC does land onto Winnie as in the top lane.
Oh.
Q jumps over the wall.
Oh, actually,
Flash will follow from Trick as in the mid lane. The Hemo play comes out, but not quite enough damage to find the kill, as 2Q was able to escape with the flash as well.
And also, both junglers burn their flashes there. I'm assuming Kindred flashed over to try and finish off the Kha'Zix, but then Kha'Zix flashed over the Rift Herald Baron wall. So, but...
Oh, here comes Trick in the top lane. Polar Bear, can he turn this around? The Ignite comes through. Pocket
nice.
Pistol, not quite enough. The shutdown goal will go over to Trick.
It's pretty risky there. If they don't get the kill right that second, he remounts and kills Kindred. And then you have a 3-0 Kled. But... Oh?
The Unbreakable comes through, but the Essence of Flux will follow. Oh, but they're going to stand on the lantern, nowhere to go, and the concussive blows comes through. The flay will come in, heal will follow, flash forward. Is there enough? No, there isn't. Now the turn on to get murked as well. Potentially 2 kills to go to the Varus, and there it comes. And the Paul straight away as a nice type of pog lol in the all chat.
Yeah, I was wondering like why Kled was standing still in the top lane before his second kill on Ornn, but maybe he was having some ping issues as he did leave the game there. But a good on TNP there for not pausing during that bot lane fight. Good on them for waiting for that. That'd have been pretty rough. But now you're saying like this bot lane of Varus Thresh is definitely a much stronger kill threat, and yeah, kind of get murked and. Prince kind of got baited there by the low Thresh and the low Varus. Thought they would be able to get their kill, but when Braum went down, Varus was able to get the Triumph health, and then at that point, it was just easy kill to Ezreal. So now, while Kled is up, Kindred was able to get that shutdown, and now Varus has a double kill in the bot lane. I think you're looking pretty good, right? You're feeling pretty good right now if you're LS. You got a strong part of the map. Kindred's doing things, and Vladimir is also kind of bullying out this card.
Yeah, and it was so close from Get Murked and Prince Poochie to actually be able to find 1, if not 2 kills, but able to turn it around right at the last second, and Book of Coconuts picks up the double kill. If it wasn't for that, you would probably still be saying that Team Name Pending are ahead. Again, shame, Polar Bear Minion also getting caught out right on the verge of remounting, and would have been able to find the kill onto Trick.
Yeah, and like what a wild, literally like 1.5 minutes ago, we're like, oh man, 2-0 Kled, no really response kills coming out from LS, and then they're able to shut down the Kled, and they're able to pick up a double kill bot lane. Back in kind of in the driver's seat here. Let's see now if they can turn that into. It looks like they're going to be able to pick up this mark on the scuttle on the top lane for Kindred. I don't know how many mark. Let's see. She's onto. That's her first mark. So a little bit behind the 8 ball right now, but trying to get those marks going. You really want to get to 4 before she really starts, picking up some of the damage. Right now she's looking to steal this blue buff.
Oh, here comes the charge, but it is a charge towards the blue buff as they look to collapse onto Trick. The vault forward and now looking for the damage. The searing charge comes through, and Noble will join the fight as the pocket pistol comes out, but that is all that is there. Too cute. Might be looking for the assassination on to Paco, and Paco steps forward, and now the turnaround coming in, but Kindred is here, has the level 6, the Lance Respite is available as Sanguine Pool will come through. Tuku gets taken very low and will get taken down. Polar Bear will follow suit. And now they look for Noble as well. Call of the Forge God will come in. It finds the knock-up. Call of the Void does nothing at all as... Oh, Nethergrass will find the kill, but it is still a 3-4-1 overall as low standards come out well on top.
Yeah, so now Ornn's back in the game, picks up 2 kills there. Vladimir picking up a kill himself too. It's an overall 3-for-1 trade. Super worth there. Kindred also picked up a mark in that process too. So just really good early game by LS, and yeah, they're definitely not like I said maybe after a long second game. Oh,
Death Sentence finds Smog. There comes a play as well. So much damage. Coconuts onto a killing spree. Nowhere for Poochie to go, and he will get taken down as the hail of arrows picks up the double kill.
Yeah, what a great catch there by the Thresh. And I was just saying, like, man, I thought maybe after the really long last game of being down 2-0 that LS, you know, maybe would have a tough time resetting their mental here, but you know, they're coming out swinging and really to show like they're ready to step up and maybe do a reverse sweep here tonight. So another double kill coming out of the bot lane. We did see Winnie has got like 250,000 mastery points on Thresh, very comfortable on this champion, and just able to pick Ezreal up at a like just really out of nowhere there, and just like I said, we saw. Ooh, yeah, flash there. If Thresh is able to land a hook, it gets followed up so quickly by an ultimate by Ezreal, by Varus, that this is going to be easy quick kill if anyone gets caught.
The Mountain Drake going to be secured by a low standard here. I don't think TNP will be able to contest as once again we go into a break. And hopefully this time, see, I still have not forgotten, but to Gag owes me a knock knock joke.
Oh yeah, he does.
I'm not going to forget about that. But anyway, 9.5 minutes in this game, a 5-kill advantage, 2.5k goal lead for low standards. We talked about how they have the scaling advantage. This game going very, very well for them so far.
Yeah, and they got a 1,500 gold lead just on their AD carries alone. Like this bot lane is basically just, it is part of the gold lead. Kindred also up a couple hundred gold. Still seeing a CS and gold advantage going to Kled's way, but Ornn is getting pretty close back. Those 2 kills helping him out, but as you saw in the top lane, having a very tough time in this. Just trying to survive this Kled damage. But he's going to be fine. You know, if he keeps dying, he's still going to provide a lot of utility to his team. When he hits level, he can start upgrading the item, and then he's just going to get taken care of.
Yeah, but I'm just looking towards this Varus right now because Coconut's 4
he's strong.
and 0,
really
and
strong.
the CS discrepancy as well, 22, and we're not even at the 2-minute mark yet.
Yeah, he's up 4 kills, up like 23 CS. He is ready to put a stamp on this game. And I would like to see him like try and get down this bot turret and then lane swap top and then get this Herald. Honestly, you could maybe even see it. Well, we're not going to TP top lane, but we could have saw an early switch come out. Like, oh, we want to shut down this Kled. Let's just put our top lane, our bot lane top lane now. Shut down this Kled and then pick up a Herald. That could have been a play, but they're gonna stay in standard lanes for now. Gonna pick up this Mountain Drake and gonna look to start taking down some plates. They got 4 more minutes till plates fall down. They could easily take some of this Mountain Drake.
Yeah. We're gonna look for the bot side Scuttle Crab first. That will get picked up. I'm not quite sure if there was a mark on it.
Oh,
and they may look for a gank in the mid lane. Doesn't matter because the Malzahar passive was available. So no potential engage. As we'll have to wait and see whether LS do want to make a bit of a lane switch up here. As a Trick making his way bot side could potentially be looking for the gank in. Here we go. Oh, the Glacial Fissure will come down, but it is too late from Winnie and from the Kindred. And now the turnaround coming through the play will follow. Their center's not going to be able to find its mark. As a Noble joining the party. He has the Flash Nether Grasp available, but will decide against it.
Vladimir
as Paco turns up the flame, misses. It's a mark in. Here comes the Vladimir flash forward, Tides of Blood. It finds 1 kill. Trick 2 picks up the kill as the Nether Grasp comes in. They find the kill onto Noble. Now they're looking for Get Murked. They'll find that as well. The Lamb's Respite comes in. Play will follow. Too cute though, can't get in. He comes so close, but yet so far. This is a triple kill for Trick 2.
Yeah, it looks like I got back just in time. My roommate kind of came in, that's why I was gone for a second. But yeah, what a great fight there. It kind of looked like it was going to go in TNT's favor until Vladimir comes on this flank and just really cleans up the fight. Now Kindred is super ahead now too, even though Varus did go down there. Yeah, now Kindred has a big shutdown. Vladimir picked up a kill and a couple assists as well, and Doran just gonna die again.
Yeah, Ignite
But
has
so is
been
Bomb.
dropped, but so will Prince Poochie, a 5th kill going over to Coconut.
Yep, but that should be maybe a bot lane tower also going down here as well.
Yeah, and does Merc dare step forward as James of Corruptions will be back up soon, and well, Polar Bear Minion doing his best in the top lane to find these kills, but
He's
well,
trying.
Book of Coconuts was so far ahead, and TMP thought, okay, let's focus on him, let's get the kill, and Trick says, oh, did you forget about me? Guess what, I'm 4-1, and now he's looking to turn 5-1, easy as you like, picks up the kill onto the mouse.
Yeah, it's a part of the game where, like, yeah, if your lane, you have a losing lane, it's usually standards like, all right, we're not going to send any more resources there. We're just going to try and snowball a winning lane. But TNP is like, no, we're going to try and salvage this bot lane. And they are almost able to. Picked up the Varus kill, but then Vlad with a good roam came down too. And now, with the bot lane turret gone, Varus, oh, they're able to steal this Herald though, so that's a big play. But Kindred at this point might just be able to just fight anyone she wants.
Yeah, it's looking to 1v2, Chains of Corruption will land a goodbye Polar Bear as Coconuts picks up the kill. 6-1 on the Varus. Are you kidding me?
I think that was largely Kindred there, though. I mean, Varus kind of laughed at that. But yeah, I would say Trix is just, they're both, everyone's really strong now. Actually, good job there, but oh my god.
No, Death Sentence lands a goodbye Poochie. The Glacial Vision will come out. A lot of damage onto the Thresh, but not quite enough. Crucial Barrage not available either. And well, while Get Merc still yet to complete that Man Immune, well, Coconuts has got his Blade of the Ruin King completed and his tier 2 boots.
And he's sitting on 2k, so he's gonna be able to go back and buy a pickaxe and a recurve bow and be well on his way to picking up his second item before even one is even done by Ezreal. Like, it's a massive. Okay, he finished 2 tier instead of 3. Oh, never mind, I was wrong. He picked it up. Wow. Yeah, remember, it's never really good when the scaling comp is 6k up at 15 minutes. It's never really a good sign.
We've got a Cloud Drake coming up as well soon, and well, I guess the lucky part here for low standards is the fact that there aren't any super high priority Drakes early on. Again, they kind of had that luck in game 2 as well.
Cloud Drake is actually pretty helpful for a comp where it's like Vladimir wants, Kindred kind of wants to run at you, Orin wants to run at you with his ultimate, and Varus, who doesn't have mobility, him getting extra movement speed is actually pretty good too. So I think it's actually, Cloud Drake is really impactful, more LS's side, and it's more kind of just a denial here. Oh, well.
Nethergrass coming straight through onto the Varus, and goodbye. But the Flame will come in. There comes the box as well. Play away, but is going to be LS forced to run for the hills as Arcane shift forward. The Lantern will come out to safety, and Polar Bear charging forward will find the bear trap on the rope, but he gets hit by the death sentence. Still 5 members strong of TNP looking to push. As out comes the Unbreakable.
Oh no.
Very close to landing, but Polar Bear goes in looking for the Kindred, looks to find the damage, lands Respite, lands 2Q, jumps in. But the focus now on Trick. Trick will get taken down. Death Sentence misses his mark. But Polar Bear going under turret. He drops down the Ignite. He surely will pick up the kill. Pocket Pistol secures the deal as 2Q almost gets taken down. As Varus returns to the fight, but it will be 2 kills or nothing in favor of TMP. And now they can look for this Cloud Drake as well.
They are going to lose the top lane tower though, so actually I think it's a pretty evening at the end of the day. Yeah, it kind of stays at like a, actually they turned it down to a 5k gold lead, so you know, you're able to get a couple kills there. Got a big shutdown on the, no, Kindred didn't have a shutdown. But yeah, good job there. Good job finding a pick on the rest. You know, don't really exactly have gold right now to be spending a QSS. I would expect after he finishes his Rage Blade, he will build the QSS. But until then, you want your core items. But yeah, Kindred well on her way to a cleaver. I would expect Varus will have his Rage Blade done here after he picks up another couple waves. And yeah, I mean, even though a little hiccup there around the dragon, they still pick up the dragon because TMP wanted to chase kills, and so the get a turret, get the dragon, lose 2 kills. I think it's still a well worth trade in the end if you're at.
Yeah. Low standards. They are currently almost 5k up. We're not even at the 20-minute mark yet. The next raid is going to be another Cloud Break. No Infernals in the last 2 games. Well, in this game and the previous game. Fair enough, in 2.5 minutes as well. But yeah, as we've been saying, low standards. They are looking set for this game so far. 3-0-6. On Paco, and there always seems to be someone who is fed on this LS side.
Yeah, exactly. And with a Mountain Draken, basically like 280 carry, Baron is a real possibility even at 20 minutes. So if I'm TNP, I'm just gonna keep that warded. I don't want Kindred and Varus and like Vladimir to like 3 mana. So I'm just gonna try and always keep that vision around the area. I know. Sure, there's not a possibility where LS can just sneak them. But I mean, we've been talking a lot about this, Trick and Book of Coconut this game, but Paco is sitting there at an unsung 3-0-6. He's doing really well again on Vladimir, kind of like the unsung carry of this game.
Oh, but here we go. Oh, the death sentence will land. Glacial Vision not going to be able to find anything. Ignite ticking down on 2Q, and Winnie will find the kill. He finds a play onto the Dwarf as well, and here comes United. He finds a knock-up with the Searing Charge, but there comes the Nether Grass, but it is too little. Call of the Forge God comes in. Paco finds a kill. Death sentence just shy of Polar Bear, but it is 4 kills for nothing. Low standards are running rampant this game. Baron not going to be up for another minute and more. Fishing for the death sentences.
On the bright side for TMP, it was only 19 minutes, so they couldn't go and lose Baron. I think if that happens like a minute or 2 later, that's an easy free Baron. LS, so a little bit of a bright side there, but yeah, this game's looking really rough, and definitely looks like barring some unforeseen throws, we're definitely in store game.
Yeah. And in game 2 we saw Paco having such a good game on the Vladimir, and that was a game where up until the 15-minute mark he didn't have any kills. It was a no kill mid lane. This game though, 4-0-7, already at his 2-item, I guess you could call it a power spike, but he's going to be really strong once that rabbit.
He's not exactly like super strong, but he's not useless anymore. Like he can actually put up yes. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of a storyline here. We've seen that both sides aren't really wanting to opt into the Kai'Sa pick, but I think if TMP were able to play that or wanted to play that, they could. I think a Kai'Sa.
Oh, here we go. Zed takes the bait, and the Vladimir jumps right in. Hextech Protobelt forward. Pled forced to flash away. Pocket Pistol coming through. Can he remount? He's getting close, but he won't be able to do so. And the kill goes over onto Paco's Vladimir.
Yeah, I was gonna finish my thought that TNP's inability or just not wanting to play Kai'Sa at all. They opted into a Varus Thresh lane, which is a pretty strong lane. It's got a lot of damage, a lot of CC. So they picked Ezreal Braum into it instead of Kai'Sa Nautilus, which I think would have done really well. But they picked this safer lane and kind of got punished for it. So it's going to be interesting. I would like to keep watching, especially if this does go to a 4th game. Does the inability or just not wanting to pick Kai'Sa come back to bite TMP in the butt?
And here we go, TMP looking to contest the Baron. It is down to a 3rd HP.
Yeah.
But Baron will reset. Now, also, while all of this has been happening, Noble's been doing a decent job of split pushing in the side lane. He has been able to pick up an outer turret in the bottom lane. 4 kills, not 4 kills, 4 turrets to 1 still, though, for LS.
That's going to be evened up right there. But he did force the TP out of the Ornn, and because of that, I don't think they were able to do Baron. Because without Ornn, they don't have any to tank the Baron damage well. And then the other 4 members are able to force LS off that 21-minute Baron. It's really hard. It's still hard to do, especially if you don't have a tank there to tank the damage. So let's check in on Kindred. She is on 4 stacks. So she is, would like to see a few more before she really starts carrying. But she's at the, a useful amount. Might end up finding Mouse over here.
Oh, wants to pick up the mark, but jumps up over a little bit too late and will walk back over the quick.
Yeah, and you're seeing it's a level 15 Kindred to only a level 10 Kazakh.
Oh, the death sentence will land onto the room once again. The charge comes in, looking for the threat. It's a good play for the true shot barrage. Will land in. Kled still sitting forward. Paco finds a kill, dominating as the Lamb's respite comes through. As Trick looking for 2Q, will chase him down. Can he find the kill? It's going to be so close, but they will be able to find it with a little bit of help from Coconut. There's a piercing arrow. Sorry, not piercing arrow. Call of the Forge God coming in will be able to find the knock-up as the Arcane shift away from Get Merc. Baron is up 3 kills to 1 in favor of LS.
That's a super risky Baron. Oh yeah, they're gonna life steal up here. I'm about to say, like, right now both AD carries are super low. Even Vladimir is too. So I think this is more of just the clear the jungle, get vision, control the Baron back, and then do it. Because also Smite is also down. We saw what happened in game 1 where they tried to force it without Smite up. But yeah, like
we want more steals.
Yeah, there's no reason to force. So you're up 8k, you're much stronger now. TNP cannot do it right now, even if they wanted to. So I think it's just you play it slow. You got all the kills there. Yeah, you took all the jungle caps. You're denying CS. You're denying. Just back by get pink boards, get vision control the area, and then do it. Because now you have a Phantom Dancer on Kindred. Like, it's a huge power spike. Vlad picks up 2 needlessly large rods. Like, those are big, items that would be very useful before taking a Baron or another fight.
And also, speaking of items, Coconut's very close to getting that Runan's Hurricane. And that is when he will be well and truly online. 708 also for Paco at the minute. He is absolutely huge and not too far away. About 800 gold off picking up that Rabadon.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm gonna see like what LS wants to do here. Do they want to force the Baron out? Do they want to farm for the next couple minutes and trying to hit those big item breakpoints? Like, do you want? Oh, Orange caught.
They're looking to find the pickers. The series charge will come forward, trying to prevent him from getting to the blast code. And they will take the blast code flash over the wall. No flash in response, but the arcane shift over from Get Merc. Not going to be able to find the damage, and then Soul will be able to escape.
Right now though, Vladimir split pushing on the bot side of the map. I don't know if you want that one fresh, but it should be a bot tower being secured.
Another death sentence lamp, as you mentioned. Winnie does not want to follow up on that, as all the while Paco just split pushing in the side lane. Will pick up the inner turret as well. Meanwhile, TNP unable to pick up the inner turret.
He's just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Looks like Noble is being sent back to deal with it, but without him, Malzahar onto either like Varus or Kindred. You could use an Ornn ulti. Oh, save.
Oh, another death sentence will land, but W away. Call of the Forge God will come in, but it will be missed. And there's the CC coming in, steering charge away.
They're kind of picking these bad fights just to keep stalling for this Vladimir. I think he might be able to pick up that tower.
Two-shot barrage comes in, but doesn't do anything.
They're stalling the backs. Kled had to walk down.
Death Sentence not able to find his mark, and Fight coming very close, but as you mentioned, Paco picks up, and Bear Trap on the road misses its mark, but there comes a Hemo Plague. Hides the flood as well. Paco, can he look to turn this around? Decent healing coming through, as there is a Sanguine Pool. Will get the dismount, but he just does not have the damage. He's going to get run down, and he will get taken down.
That should be a Baron.
Yeah, the
I think
Baron.
Boris, Ornn, and Kindred can do this really quickly with the Mountain Drake too. They should be doing it now. And they're going to.
We will just clear vision for the moment as Unlimited just completes the upgraded Black Cleaver for Trick.
Yeah, he's got 2 upgraded items himself. I probably would have, I guess, because Kindred was closer, but I kind of would have wanted to save that for the Death Cap on Vladimir. I think that's definitely going to be the next upgraded target for Ornn. Then probably your Blade of the Ruin King on the side of Barth up there as well. Yeah, kind of slowing it down a little bit. Even though Vladimir did die there, he did give a big shutdown of 2 Noble, who also has the Death Cap finish for him. Malzar's doing damage. Like if Noble, like his Q and in his his ultimate will as well. So he might be able to 100 to 0 like Gabaris for Kindred if he gets Q down.
Oh, the death sentence did land in the box. Just comes out a little bit too late.
Oh yeah, you're seeing that Malzar damage on the wall. It's a lot of like magic pen.
Yeah.
Oh.
And here we go. Charge, looking for the Baron. Here we go. They can look for coconuts, but Noble is there. He finds the suppression. He'll find the kill. Noble, though, won't get taken down. He's burning really low from the red buff. Force God will come in. Can they find the knockup? Yes, they can. Lamb's Respite comes through as Unlimited. Jumps into the Lamb's Respite. Flash away from Polar Bear. There's another Death Sentence Lamb's, but Paco coming in from behind. 2Q will get burnt down. And it is going to be 4 kills for 2 in a favor of the low standards.
Yeah, and we saw there that the fight was really TNP until Vladimir decided to show up, and then it got good fast. But you know, TNP was actually a good fight, good decision made there. But until then.
The Void comes in, but Noble, Baron has been secured. However, LS do not want to fight the Vlad. Oh, they'll turn it around. The stopwatch comes through, and they find the kill. So well played by LS.
That's close. But yeah, this game, with this Baron, it's 10k now, they should be able to close this pretty soon. Pretty easily on this push as well.
As they are nearing that late game power spike, and the all items starting to come in as well. Once Unlimited hits level 16, he can just upgrade everyone's item. If I'm not mistaken. As Coconuts does have the upgraded Blade of the Ruin King, the Ruinous Hurricane has been completed, and Null Magifying Mantle as well coming in, and presumably looking for that QSS.
Yeah, and I think it is a little bit late in the game for, you know, not having a QSS on the bars, but, you know, it's been able to work, and he has been the primary target, though. He keeps getting caught out in these fights. Like, all 3 of his deaths are due to Malzar pressing R on him. So, it's going to be interesting to see here. They're splitting the map. Finally, a team effectively split pushing. It's taken so long in this series. Oh, another death sentence.
Another death sentence will land as I just realized I'm not on direct camera. Prince Pinky though, getting taken down. Call of the Forge God will find the knockup.
And
this might be gain. Chains of Corruption lands. 3 more kills going over to LS. They look for the base as Paco pushing in the bot side. The Nethergrass comes in, is under turret, but do they have the damage? Yes, surely they do. Paco will get taken down, but so will get Mud. What a death sentence, but no way of following up. It's 4v1 at the base. 10 seconds until Prince Poochie's back up. The first Nexus turret will fall. The second Nexus turret will fall as well. The charge coming in, but he looks for Trick. He cannot find Trick. It's the ace. And is this the start of the reverse sweep?
Yeah, LS look very convincing. Like, where was this team in the first 2 games? This team just came out and steamrolled TNP here. Just a lot of comfort on the side of LS. Like I said earlier in the game, earlier in the game, that this Thresh, he's got a lot. Winnie's got a lot of experience on it, and he was not missing. he really won that bot lane for the Varus. Was able to get Varus going there, and then after that, Kokonos gets map, start making plays, and then all of a sudden Kindred starts getting involved, Vladimir starts getting involved, and when the scaling comp starts to get an early lead, it's never really going to go well. I'll give it
No.
to TNP. That Baron fight, they almost brought it back. They tried very hard, and I thought for a little bit that fight was going their way, but till that, then Vladimir came up.
Right, and on that note, we're going to be heading into a short break, but we'll be right back with game 4 of the Rampage Open semifinals. Good evening and welcome back to the Rampage Open Semi-Finals. Team Name Pending have finally been handed a defeat, and it is at the hands of low standards. They're looking primed and ready for a bit of a comeback, a bit of a reverse sweep, heading into Pix and Bans though, Matt. Once again, the cannon being banned away, but back to the Kazakhs and the Thresh bans.
Yeah, the Thresh, Winnie's Thresh is real amazing game. It was a really key part of their win. I think to look at in this draft, will Noble be unlocked? He's been a facilitator in previous series. Like he's always playing roaming champions, like Galio's been come up before, like big impact ultimates, wanting to assist his side lanes. He's been kind of just stuck playing on Malzahar duty this game, which is surprising because he's one of the stronger members on TNP. I'd really like to see him on another pick, able to kind of flex those muscles and show like why he was really one of the stars of TNP and how they got there. So I would like to see him unlocked in something else.
Something I'm more excited for. Yes, the Xayah has been left open. The Zyrakan is available, and it is something that Coconuts likes to play.
They got it first pick it here, right? I think they'd be at this. If you leave open Xayah, if you don't pick it here, the enemy team will pick it. Oh, no.
Okay.
Wow.
No. Maybe they'll pick Kai'Sa, but then again, I can't see any focus towards bot laners coming through until like the last two picks. I mean, they wouldn't even pick bot laners if they had to. Someone needs to remind them that you can play Veigar and Syndra bot, and they'll just take that instead.
Well, it's also got
to
mention it last game that it seems like TNP wants nothing to do with Kai'Sa. If you pick Xayah, you're just gonna have one of the S tier, like those S tier AD carries, and TNP has shown they don't want to play the other S tier. Yeah. I don't understand this Malphite pick. They're such a high priority. Like, one, also, you've been playing Vladimir. Taco's Vlad's been great these last two games.
But is that Taco on the Vlad, or is it going to be...
It could be polar. It could be polar. I would like to... Vlad into Malphite's a great matchup. But...
Oh my god, they took Kai'Sa Nautilus. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Finally, it's like standard meta bot lanes. Here we go. I mean, kinda, because Morgana's instead of Khan, but
yeah, counter to naught, sir.
If I don't see a Yasuo ban, because LS showed they will play Yasuo, that's a Nautilus.
It's Yasuo
and a
Gragas.
Yeah, and that's a Malphite and Nautilus. Like you'd be trolling if you don't ban Yasuo here.
Yeah, and it would be the exact same comp as in game one,
Plus
just that. Yeah, instead of Elawi. Yeah, this better be.
This better be a Yasuo ban.
Yeah, because if they ban Gragas, I feel like they could still take something like Lee Sin and make it work anyway.
Well, it's not like you don't need the Gragas at this point. You have knockups with Malphite and Nautilus. Like,
yeah.
You don't necessarily need the Gragas.
Oh, no.
It'd be nice, but it's not an impact. It's not like a necessity.
Okay, so here we go. TNP. The Yasuo Gragas is open. Do they potentially take the Gragas for themselves? We've seen focus towards the likes of the Rek'Sai beforehand. Haven't seen anything like a J4.
The Galio coming out for
TNP.
For Noble. Finally unlocked, but you know who Galio struggles with? AD champs. Pick Yasuo here. Like it's gotta be the Yasuo Gragas right here. It's open, you played they showed it they played in the first game. Taco was a good Yasuo. He was not the reason they lost You had to pick it here. Oh my god.
I think we're officially tilted.
I don't understand.
Maybe it's Nico on head.
No, well, they're gonna get an Echo Jungle, which is really strong in the meta.
Yeah.
I played the Galio and a Nico. Your life sucks as the Galio until you get your Pro Develop. Because then you actually get on her. Oh, Kiana. Oh, it's a Kiana jungle. Okay. So another reason, why did they play Yasuo? Because Kiana also has a knockback. Oh, I'm actually tilted.
And they've got enough AP from the Kai'Sa and the Malphite anyway, so...
Yeah.
But this has to be a J4. J4 Galio is such a good combo.
Yeah, it's gotta be the J4 pick here. Also, J4 can bully like Kiana in the jungle pretty well. Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's Karthus. That's so much AP.
Yeah.
It's so much. I mean, I guess they're just wanting to like shut down Malphite. It's like, oh, you first picked Malphite. We're not gonna pick any champions with attack damage.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Galio support Morgana mid. I think that works. Actually, does it work better? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
You're probably gonna see Nico go glacial as well, so it could just be a glacial fight. Yeah, I don't know.
Why is there a Karthus?
Why is there not a Yasuo? Like, there's so many questions right now. You showed it in game 1. You first picked it. That was your first rotation. Was red side. You first picked Gragas Yasuo. You showed like, hey, we're ready. We're ready to play this. Maybe because they lost, they're like, all right, we're not gonna go back to it. Like, we're trying stuff like something new each time.
That was your moment to make it work.
Yeah, I will say they're giving Trick a champion in Kiana it's going to enable him. Like, I think last couple of games, the first couple of games series, he just really wasn't able to like, really step out of the jungle role and like carry. He came out firing on that Kindred and like really carried. And I think Kiana's a similar style champion where it's like he's going to be around the map pretty quickly. He's going to be around aggressive for looking for kills, big impact ultimates in this game. Kiana fits that build really well. Now, can a high gold, low plat level player effectively jungle Kiana? She's one of the toughest junglers to play because she has low stats early, and her clear it's very tough. Her first clear will make or break Kiana jungle. If she gets through it really fine, she can start steamrolling the game. But if she gets kind of messes up some of the leashes, like kiting the camps effectively, it's really min maxy, and really it's kind of tough to do, Kiana, even for higher level. So it's gonna be interesting to watch that. I'm still tilted. It's not a Yasuo. I'm
like, there's the Yasuo Gragas thing that hasn't come through, but then B, it's like low standards have said, hey, look, we're gonna pick probably the worst jungler in the game who has like a really, really bad clear, and TMP are like, hey, look, we've got a perfect comp set up for a Jarvan Galio, Jarvan early game aggression to beat up the Kiana. Now let's take something who is also really weak in the early game, so we can't punish the Kiana.
Yeah, and it gives you away because Karthus is pretty weak in his jungle. Now Kiana's like, well, I don't necessarily have to kill camps. If I find Karthus in the jungle, I just kill him and I get ahead that way. Like, yeah, Kiana's gonna be want to look and try and find good ganks. That's when you really want to start snowballing Kiana. You want to find those early ganks. Galio early is gonna get poked down by Nico a lot. You can find a kill there. You can find Karthus in its jungle. Xayah Morg is gonna be kind of tough to deal with, but you do have Kais and Nautilus, so option there as well. Like, these lanes, except maybe top lane, there's champions there to enable Kiana. And then we all know what happens, level 6 happens. And that maybe was a reason, and a reason they didn't want to pick J4. Because if J4 brings up his Cataclysm, that's another wall play around Kiana. So that could have been an option as well. I would have preferred to see maybe a Lee Sin or something at a TNP. You really needed another attack damage threat, because now there's nothing that's going to be stopping. You're probably going to see a Banshee's Veil at a Kaisa game, for sure. And you're going to see Malphite just stack MR this game instead of probably one or two armor items for Kaya, but then it's going to be MR and health.
Yeah, and the other thing that I want to bring up is I think that TMP, the two good things from their draft, they've got Merc onto the Xayah, which I think is really good for them.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that they could have gone with the Rakan despite it being into a Nautilus, but I understand the Morgana. But I think the Galio pick for Noble is good.
Yeah,
purely because he likes those control mages. He plays the likes of the Malzahar, the Veigar, and I think Galio kind of fits into that style. But as you mentioned, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him against this Nico early on.
Yeah, and again, I like playing Galio a lot. The Nico matchup, you think it's it's gonna be fine. He's magic into magic, I'll be fine. She just gets so many autos off on you early. Her Q, she'll throw it out every time you're trying to hit the wave with your passive. what really you have to do is just before she can whittle you down, you just have to all in her, and because you're trading with Galio's trading, you basically get her down to about 40% around level 5, with your full rotation, and then that way you can kind of even out. Yeah, like it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm like glad to see Noble kind of unlocked, not on Malzahar, although it was kind of forced upon him because it was banned. But yeah, I'm gonna need to see a limited step up, and I think they showed those first 2 games in Allow. It's maybe Bruiser, wasn't having that big an impact. He played pretty well in Ornn. He's into a tough matchup. He died a couple times, but that's to be expected into a tough matchup like that. Had a couple good Ornn ultimates, was providing value to his team, and it's going to be similar here. I don't think he's under as much pressure early game where he's going to be trying. He's not going to be under constant assault where he might die, but he's going to be able to just kind of farm up, and then trying to be an effective tank and engage tool later in the game. What's going to be tough is, though, I think LS is back on, one of those sub 30-minute timers. They got these big mid-game champions in Kiana and Nico. They're more mid-game oriented. You do have the Kaisa for late game, but compared to a Vladimir Karthus and Vladimir Karthus and Azaya, TMP does not lose.
Yeah. Final thoughts then. Do we think TNP are going to be winning this game, or can LS continue the run towards the reverse sweep?
I will say this: a lot of the lanes, and even so, a lot of these lanes are going to be under assault. So the Nico is going to be harassing Galio a lot. Even Kai'Sa and Nautilus can get the best of Azaya Morgana, and Karthus isn't a type of jungle that is there to bail out losing lanes with a gank. So these lanes are going to be kind of on their own, and I could see where Kiana is going to be much more involved on the map than Karthus is. I think the game will rest on how effective Trick is in the first 15 minutes of the game. If he can get off a couple of successful ganks and open up this map and start getting Kaisa and Nico ahead, before Karthus can even start doing things, I think LS just probably snowballs the game so hard and we force the game 5. But if this Kiana is not effective in the early game and Karthus is allowed to just farm up and maybe get a couple Dark Harvest procs and kills off his ultimate, then I think TNP take this game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stay tuned. Call your friends in, because we are in for, I'm calling it now, an absolute fiesta of a game 4. We're going to be heading into a short break, and hopefully this time we do get muted, because myself and Matt will probably be doing a little bit of flaming. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back for game 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth game of the Rampage Open semi-finals. And once again, looks like LS want to be going in for an invade, but this time, though, well, TMP aren't going for a 5-man stack of their own. Now, who is going to be the unlucky victim if there is going to be any victim? The last time a Nautilus was picked, I believe there was an Ezreal who got hooked pretty early on, leading to a first blood.
Yeah, and it was LS was the team that got caught.
Oh, the dredge line wasn't even going to land, I don't think. But a flash for our flash, nonetheless, and as they would say in Mulan, my debt has been repaid.
Yeah, I mean, forcing trading flashes with Nautilus and Xayah there, I think you take the trade any day for low standard. Xayah's going to be now under constant threat of being hooked in lane. One thing to note is Kai'Sa took TP here and not a heal, so there is a combat summoner advantage. Well, not really anymore since Flash is burned by Xayah, but there's a heal on the side of TNP, which could come back to haunt Coconut in possible trades.
I just realized for a second, if LS wanted to be really clever, they could have got the Nico to flash, pretending to be Nautilus.
Yeah.
And just flashed and watched the
Couldn't throw a hook out. Couldn't throw a hook out though. So they actually swapped out Galio to top lane here.
Oh, Dark Binding will land onto the Nautilus, but as you mentioned, bit of a switcheroo coming through, and it will be Polar Bear playing the Vladimir in the mid lane as a Noble in the top lane on that Galio.
That's interesting to see that TNP opted into that matchup because Vladimir into Malphite is actually a matchup for Vladimir. But even though the Galio matchup is really bad against Nico, so able to get the Black Shield though. So they kind of like take where one team had one clear winning lane and the other team had a clear winning lane. With the swap, that's kind of like they're kind of like both so-so lanes. Like there's no clear advantage either way.
Yeah.
Now.
Dredge line again finds Mark. Very good dredge line. No Black Shield available. Flash away, but the Blade Caller takes Winnie pretty low. They will be able to escape, and don't forget though, Coconuts has taken the TP on the Kai'Sa. 3 TPs overall for the side of LS.
Yeah, the Nautilus hook is the most BS hitbox in this game. Like it hits when it really never should. Like I don't know how that one around a couple caster minions to hit. Well, I really don't. This is a winning lane though for Galio, because he can get his harass off passive quite a lot easier than against.
Oh, but there we're seeing it. The Justice punch forward, and if only he had an ignite, maybe.
But now you're also seeing Nico still wins this lane here as well, but seeing some fights appear.
Going in, might be able to find the kill. Took you low, and that's first blood going over to Trickview. Now the flash over the wall, and the Tangle Bar finds its mark. Double kill over to the Kiana.
Well, remember when I said that looking for Trick here in the first 15 minutes to have a high impact and get his lanes ahead, and he's really the key to this win? Well, picking up an early double kill there. Wow, what a play. Great job there, too, by Nico to show up as well, get that roam off, and wow, great.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Too Cute was playing Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, or, Yasuo doesn't get that stun, though, so, 100 IQ, 200 IQ play there, picking Nico. But, yeah, really good Kiana mechanics there. By Trick, and now he's going to be able to cash in on a lot of gold. He also picked up the scuttle, so he is just all sorts of ahead right now. And picking up the scuttles is really important against Karthus, because if you allow him to get all that extra experience in free farm, he will just kind of start running over the game. So a good job there, realizing that. Ooh, what are you doing? Oh, that CS is hurting me.
Yep. Nobody explained to him how to CS under a turret.
It's hard, man.
Yes. melee minions, you let it hit twice, and then you
Twice.
auto attack.
And casters, it's one auto once before, let it hit, then auto.
Unless you're an ADC, then you can get away with.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gotta love hitting under tower. It's the most infuriating part. It's hard. It's hard.
But it's also very satisfying as well when you like get a whole wave and you just don't miss any, and you're like, there we go, I'm pro.
Yeah, I've had plenty of practice farming under my tower here, and you get pretty good at it if you put in that situation enough.
As a seismic shard finds a bit of poke onto Noble. But
So like, a consistent point we've seen throughout the entire series kind of been shown that Unlimited is kind of like the weaker link of this Elf squad. He's kind of just struggled his first couple of games, had a big impact last game on a tank, but he's really he's trying to hold his own against Noble, who's arguably one of the better members, if not the best member.
Well, I mean, previously it was against Polar Bear, who I think
who's also just running him over in lane. So yeah, I think he's gotten the short end of the stick this series. He's going up against, like you said, probably the two best players at TNP as their solo. And he's doing his best. It's hard to fight. Once he gets his Balmy Cinder, he'll start to be able to farm up a little bit better. I'm expecting like maybe not a full Sunfire Cape Earth. Maybe just a Balmy Cinder to help farm and then transitioning. An MR item like a cowl, just to sustain in lane. But yeah, after those early kills, Nico and Kiana kind of quiet, but is now level 5. And maybe, see if she can get on the map and make a play.
Now, first break of a game of the game, I should say, is an Infernal, so
that's huge for Karthus.
And for Kiana as well, I guess.
Yeah.
But big Drake for both sides, and we haven't seen an Infernal in the previous 2 games, so good to see a little bit of fire on the ref.
Yeah, and with Karthus getting this blue buff, he if he wants to, he can solo Baron. Baron. I'm tired too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be hard to do that though, because I do believe the bot lane advantage does go to this Kai'Sa Nautilus. They're getting close to level 6. Both these bot laners are getting close to level 6. It's gonna get really volatile when that happens. Both of them are gonna.
Yeah. CS fairly even so far. Still a bit of an advantage in the top lane for Noble. But again, just waiting for the next play, and being a Karthus and a Kiana jungle, probably not going to see too much, although now that Trick has hit level 6, maybe he can look to find something in the side lanes with that supreme display of time.
Galio is really pushed up, and Malphite does have his R. This could be a good gank, but I think Noble recognized, just gets it pushed in, and is going to probably back off here. Because that Trick is just going to go over and get his lube up now. There you go. He's getting it. No.
Oh, Dark Mind almost finds its mark.
Interesting here that Morgana didn't back and reset with her AD carry. She's been holding the lane instead. Interesting decision.
So, in this period of where not too much is happening, there was something I wanted to bring up in the first game where we had a Jinx, and that was the fact that I was getting PTSD. So, recently I've been trying to get into flat, but I had one game which I lost, and I decided that's it, it's over. I'm too far off plat, and that loss, I was just like, right, I'm not going to do it anymore. So I had a Jinx, right? So guess what the first item my Jinx bought was?
Trinity Force?
No. A first component of it.
First component, something AP.
Okay, no. She wasn't that troll. Right, okay, so her build went Cloak of Agility.
Oh no, doing the... Oh man.
Yeah. Longsword into Infinity Edge. Right, that's fine. Then she went Rapid Fire Cannon instead of Runehands. And then for a third item, she went Storm Razor.
It's pretty rough. It's pretty tilting.
While split pushing as well, so...
Oh, yeah, the classic carry mentality.
So yeah, anytime I see a Jinx now, I'm just getting PTSD. Yeah.
I kind of got lucky, so I was like, it was one of my early Diamond games, or like Diamond Promo games, or like the game that got me into Diamond promos. But I had a top lane Dark Harvest Caitlyn. Oh, it was my last game for Diamond promos. I had a top lane Dark Harvest Caitlyn that was just inting, but good thing the enemy AD carry flamed and AFK'd, so it kind of worked out in the end. But if you're wanting to troll your team, just run it down with the top lane Dark Harvest Caitlyn.
Don't worry, I've got an account set up that's only going to be Yumi mid.
Oh my god.
It's going to be fantastic.
That is a...
Oh, flash over the wall. And the Tangle Barbs can't find QQ. Very, very close indeed, as Shelly is going to be getting started up, but QQ running very low. Does have the Requiem available, but I don't think there's going to be any way for him to contest.
Yeah, that's another thing to keep in mind. If you are Kai'Sa Nautilus and you will opt into a 2v2, even if you do win a fight, it's going to be close. You're probably going to get low. Karthus could clean up the fight, and I think really anyone should keep that in mind trying to pick fights. Looks like, oh, like I said, here we go.
Finds his mark. There comes the Void Seeker as well, and the Cathian Rain, and that's going to be the Soul Shackles. Flash forward, Ignite comes through, and here's the Requiem. The auto attacks, is it enough? Yes, it is. The Ignite will come through. Dark Binding, lads, that is not a dredge line you want to do. Noble picks up the kill.
Yeah, that was a questionable dredge line. Also, that feels really bad though. Noble burning his TP. Malphite gonna get some free time on the tower. They are able to pick up the Herald. I would like to see it used in the next 2 minutes so you can get those plates. But oh, Noble again to get some plates down here as well. Oh boy, here we go. We have a Kiana coming through.
And Trick on his way. Supreme Display of Talent is available. Fair bit of damage, and there comes the unstoppable force killer instinct in, and that is a very, very dead Morgana.
Yeah, and they keep the supreme display of talent. Now it's probably going to turn into an infernal drag. If they can pick this up, that's really worth. And Kiana right now, Trick is trying. He carried last game of the Kindred, and he's like, he's like wanting to make sure make this reverse sweep happen. He does not want to go home. He wants to meet FBI in the finals. And that should be a Herald mid, and should be plates coming down as well.
Oh,
Herald
is going to be unlimited stepping up for now. As everyone steps up, and there's the dredge line again. But the pool of Sanguine Pool comes through. Pop Blossom not going to be able to find his mark. Oh, the turret damage! Stopwatch is clutch. Oh no. Requiem, how long is it? Still got almost
about a minute.
A minute,
yeah. At this point, it looks like they're not going to get the Herald off before plates go down. That's kind of a misplay there. They had 4 people mid with only a Vladimir. They could have easily cashed in like 3 plates there.
I'm surprised they just didn't drop it as soon as that dredge line landed, or as soon as
I would have honestly dropped it bot lane and then a dragon, because then they would have had to deal with the Herald instead of trying to contest you a dragon. Yeah. But at this point, you kind of hold on to it until you get a full turret.
Yeah. 3 kills to 2 in favor of low standards, and they have themselves, well, they're actually down by a few hundred gold at the minute, but they do have that Infernal Drake. We're going to be getting a Cloud Drake coming up next, which obviously not going to be as desired as an Ocean Mount or Infernal, but it will do, as Shield of Durant will find the taunt.
Yeah, and remember that kind of LS is kind of on the clock here. Like, remember, the late game of TNP is absolutely insane. They kind of need to win this before 30 minutes, and they're only, down like 500 gold right now. At 15 minutes, using the Herald to get more plates and get down a tower would have helped to accelerate that, especially with the mid lane one. But, Kiana's been kind of farming a lot here. I would have liked to see an early Moby boot just to get on the map really quickly, but it decided to not go that. It's probably going to go Merc Treads instead. But Trick has been there, a couple times, had a great, fight top lane, and then was down here on the bot lane turn kill. He hasn't been as proactive as I'd like. Like, if you're Kiana, you're matching farm with a Karthus, you're losing in the long run. So I think Kiana needs to start sacrificing some farm and needs to start making.
Wall of Pain did land a lot of damage coming through, and now they turn their attention to the Nautilus. Yeah,
Good
Darkline
work
will
on the
find the Kiana. Tanglebob's coming through in the mid lane. Pop Blossom is available, and it will come through. Finds the CC again, but does... No, not enough damage to find the kill onto Polar Bears. The Human Plague will heal him.
Requiem is up.
Yeah, Requiem is available, but is not even needed to kill Winnie. So much damage, and there's a kill in the mid lane. Requiem will come through, not enough to find any kills. Will just be enough to get a Dark Harvest as the Rift Herald is summoned in the bot lane, and that's not the right place to use it. Protobelt forward, and the Wind of War picks up the kill.
Your flash is up. What are you doing?
Oh.
Why did? Oh man, that is a useless Herald.
That's the filter, and yeah.
You know,
was it about to time out?
Maybe. I wasn't watching the timer. It's possible what was happening, but misplay there by Taco. He had flash up. He saw the Galio. He could have just easily flashed the Protobelt. Yeah.
Oh, Collapse coming through the flash forward with the Wall of Pain. Flash out from, and there's a supreme display of talent. Clearancing could potentially come in as the depth charge ulted away, but that's a good blade call, and they find the kill. Coconuts also fell as well, not quite sure what happened to him, but the Nico moving forward, double kill going over to 2Q as the unstoppable force onto Noble, but Polar Bear turns up with the Sanguine Pool. Noble though, brutal strikes coming in, flash away from Unlimited, Protobelt forward, and there's a Tides of Blood. Polar Bear picks up the kill in the top lane.
And Nico died. Oh, that's probably the series right there. Again, this team is going to get hard outscaled, and then they're just getting aced at 16 minutes of the game. Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from it. Karthus was able to get so many Dark Harvest stacks, get several kills. You misplayed the Herald, and you didn't use a mid to get played, and then you wasted their bot lane. You lose the turret bot lane. You get completely just wiped bot lane as well. And then Nico dies as well, just kind of runs it down, trying to get return killed. It's going to be incredibly hard to come back from that. Went from an even game to a 5k gold lead in the span of like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Disaster, complete disaster for us.
Yeah, and 2Q will pick up another Scuttle Crab as the Cloud Drake is spawning.
Like, Karthus is level 11, so he's got rank 2 ult. He's got Sorks, Oblivion Orb, and the Runic Echoes. Like, this is a online Karthus right now. Like, his damage is very strong right now. And Kiana just doesn't have the damage right now to one-shot Xayah. It was a 3-man ulti, but you didn't have the damage to win that fight directly. And then Nico kind of just ran it down after. If you had a Yasuo, for instance, to follow up there instead of Nico, you know, may have been able to shut down the Xayah there, but it's a rough one.
Yeah, it is a rough situation indeed for LS. The series currently 2-1 in favor of TNP. And the push coming through in the mid lane for now. Supreme Display of Talent is back up for Trick, as is the Unstoppable Force. All ults available for, for LS. But can they find anything with it?
Yeah, I mean, LS kind of need to like stall a little bit. They need those item breaks. They need the Duskblade finished by Kiana. They need the Rageblade finished and the Mana Rune upgraded into the Nirvana for Kaisa. But because they didn't get the kills to accelerate those advantages to try and close this game, now they're trying to scale. Like, they're wanting to install lane comp. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very hard.
Oh, Void Seeker does eclipse 2Q, but no killer instinct to come through. Catherine Rain finds a bit of damage, and I'm sure Coconuts was hovering over that alt button, tempted to try to follow up with the kill.
Yeah, I mean, with the Malphite and the Killer Instinct, they probably would have been able to pick up the Karthus kill. And I think you kind of just start needing to make plays happen. You can't just sit back and try and farm it out, because you're just going to get out. I think you're down in a deficit. Try and make a play happen. You do have the tools with the GLP on the go. You know, you got Nautilus ulti. You got, you know, you have all these big impact ultimates. Try and make something happen. You know, if you can. Like, it's better trying to make a play and lose than trying just sitting back and getting outscaled.
As the Hexic GLP has been finished for Paco, and we'll have to see whether he does go for the Spooky Ghost.
Yeah, it's what Spooky Ghost.
Definitely can pull off. However, the Trick still looking for a potential flank in, but spotted out by a Ward. Baron is up, and the next Drake will be an Ocean in just over 2 minutes time.
And LS has got waves crashing into their turret. The spot lane, it's about to crash, and then top lane pushing into 2. They need to go in and cash in that gold.
Matt, I'm gonna cut you off there because I've got some. So you know how we've been getting tilted, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to know what the biggest tilt of this game 4 is?
I mean, it's the Abyssal Mask first Malphite.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything item-wise.
Prince Poochie is yet to get the sweeping lens.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty tilting. Yeah. That's okay. That's not as egregious as I thought.
It happens sometimes, but 21 minutes in is...
It's bad.
Oh.
Especially when your jungler is running Blue Trinket and not sweeping lens either. You can get away with it maybe if your jungler is running sweepers, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at these items, like the 2-item Vladimir, he's way to, you know, being really strong. His farm is great. Polar again showing he's, you know, one of the main, you know, main carries of this team. You know, he's been solid in every game this series. Noble a little bit more unlocked this game. Haven't really seen a big impact Galio ulti yet. 2Q having a great game on Karthus. And then Morgana.
Oh, he upgraded it. He upgraded it. Way.
Wow. Miracles do happen. Yeah, this first pick Malphite is super questionable because you showed it so early in the draft, it got easily countered by all this AP, and you're not really utilizing the full kit of Malphite because you don't have that extra armor.
Yeah, and also, as Dark Binding lands, is there another damage? The pool comes through. Polar Bear picks up the kill, and that is a pick that team name pending will be very.
Yep, that's gonna be the mid. Oh, well, that's also
another Dark Binding. There comes the Pop Blossom. Isn't it enough damage? It's a lot of damage, and they'll find one kill. The stopwatch comes through. The turret will finally fall. Polar Bear flashes out, and he will go into the Sanguine Pool. Finds the kill as well. 2Q picks up. As a Blade Caller comes through. Supreme Display of Talents does nothing. 2Q so low, and he will get taken down, but not until after Trick falls himself. 4 kills for 2. And once again, team name pending come out on top.
Yeah, the Pop Blossom almost saved the day there, but the tower went down. If the tower would have stayed up, it may have been a different story. Trick then also missed the Supreme Display of Talent. Yeah, Malphite also missed his ultimate by a good flash by Polar in the mid lane. Yeah, TMP just playing much better this game, you know, kind of got, you know, curb stomped last game, you know, maybe it took a, you know, or maybe just, you know, take a little mental break, you know, it's like up 2-0, kind of started coasting, kind of got punished a little bit, probably got, you know, woke them up a little bit, and now they're back to business here in this game, showing us why they were undefeated.
Yeah, 7k goal lead as well for them now as Getmerk finally gets his first kill of the game. He was 0-0-7 heading into that last fight, or 0-0-8. So imagine if he had like 3 or 4 of those kills, he'd be so much stronger. But nevertheless, it is a very strong Galio, Karthus, and Vladimir right now.
Yeah, and you gotta give it to LS. Like they've been playing like pretty well for most of the series, but like,
oh no.
Yeah, it's when you're caught.
You do not want to be there, Nautilus. Depth charge will come through, but here comes the Galio. They find the Torque with the Shield of Durand, and it's an easy kill for Noble.
Yeah, I was just saying that when you're playing
Oh
these,
no,
oh,
Dark Binding finds his mark, the Wall of Pain comes through, the Flash Taunt comes in, Team Name Pending will not wait for this one. They go straight in and they find another kill. Jungler down, Baron up. I think there is only one possible course of action here, and it is indeed to start up the Baron.
yeah, and we saw it in game 2 where the Morgana pick that helped LS really try and stay in the game and like accelerate their leads, and now we're seeing this game.
Oh
Morgana's been really insane as well.
no. Okay, so Team Name Pending decide to turn off Baron.
It's getting a little greedy here. They're like trying to chase kills at this point.
This is where things go south. But they're looking for Winnie. The damage will come through. Dredgeline doesn't find its mark. Noble picks up the kill with the Shield of Durand.
Man, after Winnie looked so good on Thresh last game, he's actually just running it. This one, he literally just spawned, ran into Karthus, and died again. Oof. Oh. If I remember correctly, too, back in game 1, maybe the Nautilus Winnie didn't also was like 1 in 10 that game as well. So maybe he's not the most. Maybe there's a reason they weren't Kaisa.
Prince Poochie, on the other hand, Nautilus 76% win rate in ranked solo queue. So,
I mean, the champ's busted.
yeah. And despite that, TNP have refused to play Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Yeah, I think that's a reflect. But I mean, this game you get Xayah. I think Xayah is.
Yeah.
Too. No, it's just a personal. I don't know. It's really kind of like 1A, 1B. But yeah, I mean, they show that for whatever reason that Get Merc doesn't want to play Kai'Sa. I mean, there is a good reason. I mean, she does really need 2 items to be very useful and even to have an impact. Whereas, like with the normal crit ADC, like getting Infinity Edging to start doing things. So Kai'Sa, you really need the 2. You need the. But
27 minutes in, and once again set up for Baron has begun. I mean, they'd already have Baron if they didn't chase for a kill, but...
Yeah, but I don't think they're really going to get punished for it. They're up 8k as a scaling team.
Oh no, another Dark Binding lands as the feathers start flying out. The Hex GLP finds Mark Blade Core, not going to be able to find CC, but Trick could potentially be getting onto the cards. This is Unlimited just charging forward. Here comes the hero's entrance. Finds the knockoff, unstoppable force is practically nothing, but that is a big pop blossom coming in, and the turnaround of 4 LS, but it doesn't matter because it is 4 kills for 1, and the Requiem will pick up the final kill. I'm sure for half a second there it looked like LS were going to win the fight, but they find the ace, and now they will look to crack open the base. They might even potentially be able to go for an end.
I think that might be game.
15-20 seconds are the death timers. An ace for 1. They look towards the Nexus turrets. 4 seconds is the death timer on Winnie. It looks like there is going to be no game 5. Winnie too late to the party, and he'll have to say goodbye to the Nexus because Team Name Pending will be taking on FBI in the finals.
Yep, and after, you know, LS made this game, you know, the series pretty exciting with a game 3 win. TNP just came out, business as usual in game 4, and just shut it down, put that, you know, knit that little reverse sweep in the then and there, and, you know, stamp their ticket to a pretty hype, maybe even the most hype for what I've been around for, the Rampage final. You got 2 teams that haven't dropped a single series, and between the 2 of them, only dropped a single game, including playoffs this entire season. So it's going to be a pretty hype series next week.
Yeah, and next week, as you mentioned, it should be an absolutely crazy, crazy game. But with that said and done, do we want to give an MVP?
Oh, I think it's hands down. It's got to be Polar Bear. This guy was
Oh yeah,
smurfing the entire series. Even in the game 4 or game 3 where TNP really didn't perform like at all. He was the only one that really running it down. His Kled, he was solo killing or top lane. He was getting a couple kills and having pressure on the map, even when the rest of his team was not. And I think, you know, looking forward to next week's matchup where FBI is much more, it's a bot focused team where their AD carry, their bot lane duo is the strength of their team. I think it's a very conflicting, or it's a differing styles where with TNP they're a solo lane focus where um, that Polar Bear and Noble are beat these big carries, and you can see 2Q also come out with the Carol like Karthus, and then you kind of got Good Merked and Prince are kind of down there holding. It's going to be interesting to see, and I'm excited. Give credit to LS. They played really hard. Um, that first game, kind of had the good things in a way. Game two, if they win that game, maybe it swings back, and maybe we're going to game five.
Yeah.
So they played really well. And they had a good season.
Well, this
That's
series has had a lot. We've had the Karthus in the jungle. We've had a 52-minute game. We had the potential for a reverse sweep, but LS couldn't quite make it happen. TNP take the semifinals, and once again, they will be facing FBI in the grand finals next week. That's about all that we have at time for here at the Risen Rampage Open. So, on that note, stay tilt proof on the Rift, guys, and good night.